I usually do right.
Talkback test. Can you hear me? Cough test. I hear you. GB wandered off 31 seconds. Yeah, I hate it. If we need to run this thing solo, I'm ready.
Okay, cool. Nah, I think we're still about like 10 minutes in.
Okay. There we go. Bump that up a little bit. Sweet. How you feeling? You all right?
Yeah.
I like how you just sit there in silence. You're a very stoic individual.
Yeah. I don't know. Feeling fine. I feel like it's been obviously since this last event since I casted. So want to yeah.
Yeah,
really
thankfully we got
use this
4
one.
games today.
Yeah.
And we get to kind of mess around on this one, which is nice. And we're also doing Native White Shopify Rebellion as a team. They've joined each other. They've joined forces. Oh, okay, there we go.
Dude, Shopify's making big moves.
They have, man.
Like, you know what I mean? Like most seems like esport orgs are like shrinking and whatever, and like they're one of the few in
Yeah.
my eyes that have like, whoa, like them and like what NRG have been like expanding arguably.
Yeah, them, NRG. I would even say SSG as well. SSG has been doing really good work lately.
Yeah, they've been doing good work, but I mean like when I think of like the big moves like an
Yeah.
LCS
That's
slot,
true.
a
That's true.
VCT slot or whatever, like
Yeah. I do find it ironic that G2 got in. Anyway, like like at the end of the day, G2 still got the spot. To be fair though, they were the best team to take over for the guard.
yeah,
So I am glad that
I think it's a good solution.
because G2 is, you know, despite Carlos's past, is a well-run org.
Exactly. It's just
So-
like, all right, Carlos.
And they got rid of Carlos, so
Yep.
doesn't really matter anymore. He can go off and do his Andrew Tate thing.
Can
Have you seen
show
it?
crypto.
Have you seen it, dude? It's I
have not,
unfollowed
but-
him, but like he was popping up on my feed, and he'll even though I unfollowed him and I muted him, he still shows up
Shows
in
up
my
like
For
For You
feed,
page. Okay, yeah.
which is just like
I
really
haven't
cringe
seen him
and
on
annoying.
my stuff, but I just remember someone saying like he's like now doing like crypto, like his own crypto coin and
He's
stuff.
like
It's
full in on the alt right, like talking points. Oh well. Oh, shit. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Halo World Championship 2023. Golden Boy here alongside Walshy as we're looking to jump into the action right out of the gate. Shopify Rebellion, Native White, and we're kicking things off immediately with some King of the Hill on live fire.
Yeah, and Mickwin, despite having 3 of his teammates down, he is racking up time inside this first hill while everyone else is across the map fighting for this OS. So, like I said, Native White getting outslayed at the beginning, but they are significantly ahead in the very first hill.
And that ultimately is what matters most there, just to try and add as much time as you possibly can. But a good coordinated push there by Cycle and Rain actually forces that player out of the green, crack there to just get him out of that fight and get that point, or get that time and get that possession. Now they're gonna have to worry about tapping buttons over here. It's gonna be a one-on-one fight, but Cycle's got the help from Ryan, who is over toward the nest. Great awareness there from the veteran, and this is gonna put Shopify in a really good position and an excellent break from them.
Yeah, Shopify putting the time now on the board. They have full control across, so despite losing the early time, they're looking just fine right now. They seem to know where the spawns are at, but this sneaky angle here from tapping buttons might come into play, but looks like that was also sniffed out right there.
And that's exactly what you're going to need to do here. Keep your head on a swivel. It's the World Championship. Tensions are high here. As Shopify now looking to try and get into the action. You got Mickwin inside of pillars there looking to cause a little bit of disruption, but instead that's going to feed Cycle a double kill, and they're going to be able to scoop up a point on the board. They have the favorable positioning to boot, and even though it's just going to slow them down for a little while here, damage is done. You got to wait for the shields to come back in, and this is just a great position for Rebellion to be in.
Yeah, and Rebellion just looking just honestly a step ahead, because
way ahead.
Consider how far behind they were in that first hill with that time from Mickwin.
Yeah.
Consider even after they got that overshield, it was negated by Collect and doing a sticky grenade over at the key door. So even though they waited for that long advantage, that advantage dissipated.
Yeah, and you got to play to those
still came out ahead.
You got to play to those advantages, right? Plain and simple. That is going to give, of course, Shopify an OS here out of the gate, but the green gun's going to solve that problem right away. So they know that he's going to be there weakened. Cycle does have help. Doesn't come fast enough, though. Suspector is able to get the target. But you're still seeing, though, Native White continuously lose forces, like lose members every single time. You have 3 down, 2 down, and they're taking these fights constantly scattered around. They can never really fight as a unit together, but now we're starting to see them really just put the pressure on Rebellion just to try and force them out of this, because Rebellion had gained so much time, and they have to be perfect here.
Yeah, and Rebellion are just slaying, grabbing all the time. It looks like they might even be delaying here. No, it looks like that's a great control there from Native White. Reason I was bringing up the delay there is we've seen in the past sometimes a shot by Rebellion, as they're about to capture a hill, they will step out and wait till they get more control on the next hill before just securing that first one, if they have the breathing room. But I don't think that was the case here. I believe this was just Native White breaking the setup.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to punch them in the face. That's what Native White did there. They were right back into this one, at least to try and get themselves a point. They're going to be playing from the back end here. Rain, though, oh, that is unfortunate. He had 2 players there, and Rain was pretty much stuck in the corner, but a well-placed grenade blew those players up, made him one shot. Easy pickings, 2-0 for Rebellion.
2-0 for Rebellion. Rain trying to push across, somehow gets the finish with his teammate Mental helping him out, and that's 2 kills on the board.
Huge.
Make that 3 down for Native White, and they are off to a rough start here in game 1.
Yeah, and you know what it is too? It's actually quite fascinating, because Native White, they have looked good, right? Like in that last hold that they had, they were really just shutting them down, but now it's like all Rebellion.
Also, not even just looking good on that last hold. Across 2023 on Live Fire King of the Hill, they're 4-1.
Yeah.
So they are looking good in this game type as a whole.
And if there's one thing that we learned from teams like Quadrant, it's that having a mode that you can really lean on, you know, as like a go-to good mode for you. Being 4-1 going into a world championship on this mode, excellent for them. And I think that their King of the Hill is overall pretty decent. So, you know, if they keep playing like this, this will be very scary for a lot of these teams to have to deal with, because they are dominating Native White right now.
Yeah, they're looking good, and you know, we always talk about Ryan Noob and Objective and you know what he brings to those teams. Keep in mind also the Shopify Rebellion roster, they were the first team to take down Quadrant in a Stronghold game. They took them out in Stronghold Solitude last event.
And that was a 249 comeback.
Yeah. It was
pretty sure.
Yep, it was a massive comeback.
Like shocking to see, and Rebellion were the ones who did that. The potential of this team is so absurd. And I think that's why whenever people see them in the bracket, they're like, this Rebellion team's going to be a threat.
Look at these numbers from Ryan Noob coming out, though. 10 kills, by far most assists with 13 assists and wild deaths.
He's just putting in so much work.
If he's playing like this all tournament, you can expect, I will instantly say Shopify Rebellion is going to be like my dark horse of the event. That's going to, you know, break out of their typical placings. They'll break out of that top 6 area and go further.
Yeah, because I think like they average a placement of like 7 point something, like 3 or 4 or whatever, which when you compare that to Native White, you know, and I think they're like around the top 10-ish, you know, it obviously looks a lot better for Rebellion here, and I think statistically speaking, this does make sense, Rebellion just looking so good, but to dominate the way that they're doing so against Bigwin, Collect, Tapping Buttons, Suspector, 4 incredible players, truly is something that these guys have to be so proud of, because they're not even getting them the comfort to go after power items. They're getting shut down completely here, and Cycle's going to try and maybe win this one. He's going to get support from Rain, and that is just going to lead to an easy cap here. Maybe one more challenge comes in from Suspector. He's going to have to deal with the player at dummies. That ain't happening, and that is basically it.
Jeez.
What a clean start for Shopify Rebellion.
They are looking scary good, and yes, they significantly outslayed, but it's not like we didn't see kills come out of Native White. They got their chance to break subs, but Shopify were just better.
Hell,
every
they nearly like, I guess, counter-capped a whole point on C-Plat.
Yeah.
And then at the end, just couldn't hold it because they needed to be perfect, and they were. But it was Rebellion just breaking them down round after round. Every single time there was a fight, it just felt as if Native White were constantly fighting from the back foot. And if Rebellion play with that kind of purpose, this will be incredibly scary for a lot of these teams sitting in that top 4 or top 8 range of Rebellion's fragging like this.
Yeah, they're looking so good, but we'll give you all a minute. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to see game number 2, which is going to be Slayer on Recharge between Shopify Rebellion and Native White.
Not a bad start. Dude, they pounded them. Holy crap. That was nuts.
Yeah, I was.
All right. Give us a game, White. Let's do this.
You know we're unmuted right now.
Okay. Let's go. All right, back in it. Native White, Shopify Rebellion. I want to see Native White get some fight in them as we get into this map 2 here, because you know that this squad has it in them to try and bring this one back. But after a very commanding start for Shopify Rebellion, already you're starting to see Native White out of the gate, just really feeling the pressure from the Rebellion.
Yeah, feels like Rebellion are just kind of winning all these little small battles.
Everything
like even
they
just
want.
right there, even in that tunnel where Ryan Noob basically turned, I believe that was on tap
There you go.
or collect.
Yeah.
It was just a weird battle because that person got the first shots on Ryan Noob, and then when they went for the melee, they didn't even get the trade, meaning that they didn't even do 2 bursts of damage. So yeah, the fact that they didn't even get the 2 bursts of damage after getting the unsuspecting first shot on someone down there, just things are just a little off here for Native White.
Yeah. It's the, you know, okay, well maybe Mikwin can right the course here a little bit, help things out. Granted though, Rain does get the pick off a Suspector. He's going to be looking for this player, but there's going to be no pressure really coming from him from the gold, at least for the time being, but he does have some support there. And there goes Rain trying to take a shot for it now. Ryan Noob's going to go for it as well. We'll see what the long-standing duo can do here as they're going to try and force his team out of gold and take the fight over to the elevator
Yeah,
instead.
smart push there. They have another teammate fighting over at elevator. They weren't getting the damage over on pipes. Just rotate over, try to use the numbers advantage, a 3-on-2 over at elevator, but things just kind of falling apart there.
Yeah. Seemed like everything was just going right there for the Rebellion. It was a smart call for Native White to make, just to try and see if they can support one another, but that support unfortunately leads to their downfall. 10-6 total currently here is Rain. Beautiful fight, beautiful help as well. And that's something that we kind of have to point out here. How many times have we seen members of Shopify Rebellion go into a 1v1 fight and then out of nowhere that final shot comes from out of nowhere and it's a teammate backing them up? It's just the amount of help that they're giving each other is so impressive to watch.
Yeah, they're on the same page. They're pushing the same areas, looking at the same spots. They're not just all doing their own thing. Here's Mental going on into this camo. Gets the snag. And let's see where he decides to flank with this. Must know a lot of the actions over at Pipes, but probably not certain that they're all there.
He's going to hope that his teammate can maybe draw some players out, or he can go for a sneaky flank play here on the bat ledge, which he's actually going to opt for, but instead he's going to get called out. Gets to Sticky, though. And now Collect goes down. He's going to try and play his life a little bit here. Look at the help that he's getting. Unbelievable as Mental's able to jump in and get that melee off a Suspector. Beautifully played there by the Gears of War Pro.
Well done there from Mental and Shopify just to clear out those pipes. They took minimal losses. They cleared out all 4 players there and now have Native White spawning over at C and elevator.
To 20-9 total. I wanted to see Native White fight back in this one, and I figured Slayer could be a really good opportunity for him to do it. Both of these teams incredibly close in this game mode, statistically speaking, and they're not out of this yet. It's 12-21 granted, but this is still going to be early days. You just got to not give up those silly deaths and feed into the beast, so to speak. And unfortunately for them, they're going right into the blender there as Mikwin's going to get punished for it.
Right here, trying to fight desperately over at C, but there's just action all over, and somehow a killing frenzy. I did not realize that he did not have a death yet. Look at this, the 10-kill lead you have coming out of Shopify Rebellion.
Holy
all
crap.
coming out of Mental there. We are really good at our jobs, GB.
Yeah, we are so good. We should win an award. That being said, though, a 10, make that 9 and counting, though, but they're going to try and bring this one back in. Maybe Rebellion can get themselves another camo, but Native White are going to need to stop them. Power item control has been all Rebellion the entire time, and even look at that, they're getting a double kill at the worst possible time, and then you're getting the camo yet again for Rebellion. That's rough.
Not only did Rain get a double kill, he spotted out a 3rd player, making it so
And
safe for
him.
Mental to go over and grab that camo, realizing then the absolute worst case scenario is going to be a 1-on-1.
And I like as well that even though Mental has camo, he's not really using this to try and like do what everyone else does, dive into the line and look and see if he can get a melee. He's playing this one intelligently, waiting for where the openings are going to be, and he found the opening. And even if he dies here, this breaks up this setup here at Elevator. It's going to allow Rain to maybe get a free push because that player can contribute. And then here comes the pinch inside of Gold. Very well executed by Rebellion. These players are basically running with their tails tucked between their legs. And that was a good try from Rain just to try and stay alive long enough, but they're able to do the damage, and all these frags just continue to help Rebellion.
Now that gap's closed a little bit. I mean, it was 10-kill lead, now down to just 7. Shutting down Mental could be all Native White needs to get back in this game. This could be one of the scenarios where one player's just going off, and if you're able to reel them back in, you could see things go in your favor.
Potentially, especially if Collect pops off the way that he is, and he's back into this one. 5 kills going to separate him. You get 1 round of slays, and you're right back in this map. Literally what we were saying what Native White needed to do, just really will themselves back into this game, and I'm really going to be looking at the young players on this team, collecting, tapping buttons to kind of be the tip of the spear for them, because you know that they have that stopping power to really get in their opponent's face and cause problems.
Yeah, they seem to buy some more time and also spot where these players are at. You have Shock Rifle in the hands of the Spectre. Not everyone should be hiding in corners. You need to be looking around, making sure the area is safe, and letting them fall into this. And all of a sudden, GB, we have a 2-kill game.
This was a 10-kill game at one point. That's insane.
Yes, I believe it was 30 to 20.
Something crazy like that.
But yeah, it was a 10-kill game, mainly due to Mental's killing frenzy with 0 deaths at that point. And now we're seeing this be an even game. I would not be surprised to see Native White be able to close this one out. Sometimes when you have such a swing like that and you come back like that, your team's fired up, you're playing well, you're just going for everything and feeling good.
And for the first time in this series, Native White has a lead. It's fragile. It's 1 kill, but they have a lead, and they got the camo. And you're seeing the different uses of these power items. Collect makes the call out. This is where they are. Tags them completely, gives his teammate an opportunity, and he's able to go in there for a few kills. Even though he gets picked off here, he has help circling around this, and they can continue to put pressure on Shopify Rebellion. Very well done, but I did like that Cycle went in there for the challenge to try and see if he can make something happen, keep this game close.
Yeah, and what a grenade over on the L2 battery coming out of Shopify. Game is back and forth. Game is tied. Now, how are they going to reclaim the lead they had earlier?
And something to note as well, Mental, if you've been keeping track of his scoreboard, though, you notice he was down 10. It was at 10-0 at one point with, I believe, 4 assists. Since then, 2 kills, 6 deaths. So you're right, Dave. There has been a shutdown a little bit here of Mental, and he can get himself back into the game, but this is where you're going to start to lean on, some of these other teammates. I think he did his job at the beginning of the map. I'm hoping to see everyone else really begin to rally around him here as well, because it shouldn't just fall on him, as it hasn't been this entire series. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, but I mean, that's got to be a blow at some point.
Yeah,
if I ever get a killing frenzy in a game back in the day, I'm like, my team wins this game. It just doesn't happen that we lose those.
Yeah, you shouldn't lose it.
Yes, and so we're going to have to see how they bring this one back, because the rest of the members of Shopify have been getting outplayed this whole time. Rain getting another stick. That's at least the second stick we've seen out of Rain so far this game. Keep in mind he did that before when he helped Mental secure that second camo.
He's playing the box. He needs some help, and he's got the help. Oh, my goodness. And the Spectre now gets sent back to Carajo land, and he's going to get the kill as well. Mental stays alive, and he's going to bring this team right back into this one. 41-41. Smart plays there yet again from Rebellion. They are playing for one another. It is shown in the scoreboard, is shown in their tactics, and honestly, both teams are starting to really rally behind each other here. This is a slugfest, Dave.
Slugfest indeed, but Native White persevering all these hits. They get a couple picks across the map. They know Mental is over at gold, meaning that his teammates are likely spawning over at C or long hole. So not only do they get the kills, now Native White have more map control. They're spreading out a little bit all the way from elevators all the way over to pipes. So center of the map is going to be tough to traverse.
Yeah, pretty much a no man's land. They do manage to get at least one player, but it is going to be a trade right away for Rain as well as Collect. Here comes the camo player. Migwin saw him briefly. Does he win the fight, though? 2 veterans going up against one another, but the camo player is going to find the success, and that is going to lead to Ryanu continuing to patrol around this map. 45-45, a camo at the absolute consequential time here, but he's going to be trapped in the middle of no man's land, trying to stay alive just a little bit, and he manages to dodge everything. The man's insane, but he won't be able to stay alive long enough. Even though he pulled a lot of attention, his teammates were dying all around him, and now it's just going to be 1 kill for Native White, and they come back from this game after being down by 10.
What a sneaky route, just knowing someone's going to go finish that bottom.
Oh, they're going full.
Elevators, bottom stairs. But here comes the last kill.
Oh, wait a minute.
They're charging in for it,
Oh.
and that's going to be a kill traded out during that charge towards control. And Native White going to come back from a 10-kill deficit and tie this series 1-1 by winning Recharge Slayer.
And if anything, I'm very impressed with how Native Vite were able to dig themselves out of that hole, because you kind of got kicked in on King of the Hill, and then it didn't really look that good on Slayer at the start, and yet you were able to really, like, honestly rally together. And it was a 50-48 finish, but with the way that they were playing, and you're right, Dave, you get a killing frenzy in a game or whatever. You should not be losing that.
Yeah, so that one's going to be tough there to bounce back from. But if anyone can do it, the Shopper Rebellion squad has been looking good all season long. Next up, we're going to see them battle it out here on CTF Aquarius.
Ooh.
Don't go anywhere.
Dude, what a play. Holy crap. That play from Ryan was disgusting. Welcome back, everyone, to Game 3 here at the Halo World Championship between Shopify Rebellion and Native White. 1-1 in the series. What an incredible matchup this has been so far. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside Walshy, as we're looking to bring you all the action here on Aquarius CTF.
Yeah, and looking right off the bat, we see only a couple kills immediately from both these sides. I mean, you see Native White now having 4 kills on the board, so a little more in the driver's seat, but Ryan Noob creating a disturbance behind enemy lines, laying down shots across the map and being a distraction, forcing Native White to either come back to the base or face some shots across the map and a counter pull.
And here comes some of this pressure, and look at that there. I mean, you can just see, right, like, he's just going to live here for as long as he needs to live here, because this is just going to continue to be a thorn in the side of Native White as he patrols around this. And they have finally scouted him out, so they should be able to handle this problem. If he does get the kill, though, okay, I was going to say, that would have been a little bit of a problem if he stays alive there. But now they have a clear track in order for them to go and cap this flag, but it's going to be very difficult because that delay allowed his teammates time to get up through the field.
Yeah, too much time and effort all the way across the map. They weren't able to put as many spawn slaves on the board against Native White. I expect this flag to go back, but still seems like it's staying alive. So Rain going to try to win that final fight, but looks like Native White just getting all the slays despite a great distraction from Ryan Noob and going to put the first flag in.
And that is why Suspector joining this team was a big deal. He can win those fights in those pivotal moments. He may not be the flashiest player in the world, but he is efficient. And that efficiency nets Native White the first flag cap, and it's only going to continue from here if Suspector keeps playing like this. They're trying to put the pressure on them, though, as flag now has been pulled by Rebellion. And while that was going on and I was singing the praises of Suspector, Rebellion had other plans.
Yeah, and look at this, just slowly relaying this flag back, but at what cost? I mean, Shopify Rebellion, they need to get the slays on the board right now if they want to put themselves in a better spot. And just like we saw at the beginning of this match, we see Ryan Noob trying to break behind the defenses and just create a nuisance on the opposite side of the map. That's going to be 2 kills on the board there.
3 down.
For Shopify Rebellion. They're going to be able to move this flag.
Yeah, and the last player is going to be tucked away all the way in the back, getting pressured by Cycle. So the moment he tries to put a challenge forward with the BR, nothing's going to really come from that. And that is going to be a cap there for the Rebellion. 1-1 in the count. We're right back where we started.
Look at this. Not even deciding to go for top Pink, realizing that he doesn't have the numbers or support over at Pink side, so opting to go down low. That's essentially what you want to do when you're looking at kind of rule of thumbs across the map when you're trying to give help somewhere. It's like, all right, do we have a numbers advantage? Okay, let's go take this higher up power position.
Yeah.
And then in situations where you don't, it's like, well, here's a time where I probably want to take a lower route, a flank route, where they're not going to send multiple people. They're not going to send 2 or 3 people towards Pink 1. However, they might send 2 or 3 people towards Pink 3.
And you have to be able to make those micro decisions on the fly like that, which always impresses me with a lot of our players, because they're just so good at being able to determine, okay, hey, this is the moment I need to make. And sometimes you get caught in a bit of a vicious cycle where you can't make those plays. You're being forced to make bad decisions, and you have to try and like fight your way out of that. And this is really what's been happening in this game. It's been both teams just trying to see if they can get the better of one another through subtle things, right? Map positioning, pressuring, pinstering, right? Power item control. All of this has been happening, and it has been a real beautiful thing to watch, especially now as Native White looking to make another flagpole happen, and it kind of is shades of what we saw last time. Ryan Noob in the back of the base, looking to cause problems, create an opportunity and delay, and, well, maybe it doesn't work out this time around, but I could see a counter cap coming from this.
And there goes the cap in for Native White. Flag number 2 on the board. 2-1 lead. But this game has been active, GB.
It has been.
4 minutes in the game and 3 caps on the board. I don't think we're going to time anytime soon for this one.
No, and I was thinking that Shopify, we're going to try, because they had 2 players down, or not down, but weakened inside of the base, so they were going to try and make a push. But instead, they figured dead flag, not invest, let's just get ground and then try and like force them around and force them inside of their base again. And I don't know, man, part of me feels a little bad that like I would have liked to see Rebellion be a bit more aggressive there when they have those players weakened. That being said, though, it seems like fights are happening on each side of the map, and everyone's just really trying to get a leg up on one another, Dave. It's been really impressive to watch.
We've just been jostled for position. It hasn't been as standard of pushes as we see across the map, GB. There's a lot of times where we see, you know, teams pushing another base and then vying for control in the center of the map, going for slays there, and then having like this big battle and standoff at the opposing flag. Whereas this one's felt like both teams have had players at the opposing flags, and they've been able to pull them at almost any will.
Yeah, it was like there were times where I'm looking at Ryan and I'm like, wait a minute, he's red.
Which
and
base
he's
is he
blue.
at?
Why is he a blue base right now? And that's been happening so much. And then on the opposite side of that one too, I mean, I think we've also just been seeing like Suspector do a very similar thing, trying to get inside of the enemy base and then maybe cause a few problems here and there. That has been kind of the MO of this matchup thus far. I expect nothing less. But as it stands right now, Native White, with that advantage, they continue playing their game. You know, it'll look really solid for them, but they do have members of Rebellion inside of the base. A pivotal battle happening here. Collect is going to get the trade. There might be one more player inside. It's going to be Cycle, and he's going to have to play his life here. Look at the movement, though.
So nasty. Great early thrust to make sure he doesn't get pinged as his shield was recovering. A lot of times you're usually saving that thrust towards the end of battle to avoid the last headshot. There he was using it earlier because he was still gaining shield.
Yeah. So he really was put in a bad position there and made the best of that situation. Unfortunately, that doesn't really lead to all that much for them for the time being. But as I say that, now you're starting to see the fruits of the labor starting to come through. It's Ryanu looking to bring this flag across over toward the sizzle stick, see if he can maybe move this one, but actually, wisely enough, dropping back because he recognizes the spawns are going to be coming from the blue fridge, and he's trying to get there before they could get suitable map positioning on the map here. And Ryan, you know, you can make debates on that, but I definitely feel like his head was in the right place.
Yeah, and it wasn't because of the spawns of blue fridge. Instead, he just realized he's going to be too much resistance there, so tossed the flag on the opposite side over towards util, and ran over towards blue fridge to stay alive, because what could have happened there was those members of Native White could have just met him over at utility, killed him, returned the flag, and stopped that counter offensive. So
yeah, fair point.
It was basically just distracting and separating their focus across the map.
Well, they might actually be able to get this flag cap here as the red flag's going to be tucked away inside of blue, but it's going to need a valiant effort here from Rebellion to try and stop this one, as they have to get into a more favorable position, which they do manage to. And are they able to stop it? No, they're not, but that is going to be 3 players down, maybe a 4th one here as well. And this is going to be an immediate flag pull as the players are going to be spawning on the opposite side, and now you're going to see how Rebellion are going to get these cutoffs.
Yeah, the question isn't, are Rebellion going to go for this flag cap? It's, are Rebellion going to get greedy and overextend and see if they can get a double cap?
Yeah, because that's what they need right now. And the nades are starting to come in furiously here, and he gets the flag cap despite all of the ordnance that was landing there. But now we're starting to see a counter cap here happen yet again. This could spell bad news for Rebellion.
Yeah, I wonder if they're full on the same page there. We saw no real slays coming out of Shopify Rebellion as they're bringing that flag back. Instead, they almost felt like they had to desperate the flag in as a last-ditch effort, when in many cases with how much control they had before that, it was like they were in the driver's seat. They had full control, and that went from an all 4 down routine flag cap to a counter cap situation from Native White. So I think that Shopify Rebellion, if I had to guess what happened there, is they probably had one foot in the, hey, let's cap the flag, and another foot in, hey, let's get greedy, let's get a double cap. And they had people on both sides of the map and people losing individual battles. That had to be my guess as to what happened.
And when you think about what are the fundamentals, as you talked about in Halo, full committing. Like, I had a few good conversations with players, and they were like, even if we know that it might not work out, at least you just do it together. And who knows what would come from it. And I think that was more or less like the death knell there for Shopify Rebellion, because now, like, they're very much playing on this back foot, sending a few players into the base to just try and create distractions. Native White have changed their game plan as a result of that. They've kept players inside of the back of the base to stop those flanks from Ryanu and Cycle.
And that's the correct play. Is what you have to do is you have to take your route. You have to call it when you're not seeing someone. Right there, they're just sniffing out. They know something's awry. They know he has to be around here somewhere. Maybe they heard he was over on Car's side and saying, all right, did we kill this potential flanker? And the advantage you have when you're playing against a flanking player like Ryanu is put yourself in strong, powerful positions. Take your time, check your corners, and use those minor advantages when you do reach that fight.
Especially when you're up in the series, you can take your time, or up in the map rather, you can take your time too. Not too much time, but you want to make
Even when you're down or even though, GB, one thing that's taken from this is a lot of times when one player's in this flanking mindset, they'll do that throughout the course of the game, and you can use that as your foot back in the game, saying, all right, we don't have to make a move here. Instead, this player historically made moves the rest of this game. Let's let them make their move, misstep, we get that kill, and then we push in 4v3, get the kills.
And so far, it has been working out for them, and I think that this has left Rebellion, honestly, back to the drawing board, right? Rhino hasn't really been able to get comfortable inside of the back of the base at all since the first 2 flag caps went in. We've been seeing a lot of presence inside of this blue util, really just because they know that this is where the shots are going to be coming from, but they're making sure that they're not giving any of these lanes for free. And so far, it's been working out for them quite swimmingly.
Yeah, and look at this, just locking down, playing a little too much defense in my opinion. Obviously, with these spawns coming in here, they don't have much of a choice in this situation. They're going to fight, or they're giving up a flag cap. And right here comes the push. Ryan and Rain both go down. Collect, the only one dropping here from Native White. And the defense was successful. So 1 or 2 more rounds of slays, and Native White are going to close out this game with 3.
Oh, I almost thought that would have been a really sick translocator play, but it doesn't work out. Typing buttons was wise to it, obviously.
That'd be kind of funny, though, if, like, the very first teleporters that we come up with, that you can't go that far. It's just like, you're saving, like, 20 feet of distance. It's like, it's still kind of cool. I could teleport, but...
I guarantee you that is going to happen, Dave, and I guarantee you that I am going to buy it, okay?
Or we just know, like, the companies, when they charge us all this, we're like, it costs the same to teleport. And, you know, it doesn't matter. Why are you charging me more to teleport to Japan when I know it costs you the same?
Exactly. Oh, man. Oh, well, looking at the action here as it unfolds right now, Shopify Rebellion trying to make this flagpole happen as they can go up to 3, but the problem is that they don't have a lot of time remaining. You have 30 seconds to try and make 2 flag caps happen, and that's just to tie things up. And honestly, with the way that Native White have been playing and the shutdown that we've seen from Rebellion in the mid-game, this is basically done and dusted at this point. Flag gets returned, 18 seconds on the clock. Maybe you get a last-ditch effort pull out of this one, but with the way that Native White have been turtling inside of their base, I just cannot see them having much success getting that out of there.
Yep, this one is over. It's going to be going on to game number 4 in Native White's favor. So despite the incredible start from Shopify Rebellion,
crazy,
just dominating on Live Fire King of the Hill, going off on a 10-kill lead on Recharge Slayer, it's been Native White since.
Yeah, the game plan was solid from Shopify Rebellion. Unfortunately, didn't have it in them to make the pivots necessary to be able to shut down what Native White were doing. Brilliant read from them, but what we have coming up next, Dave?
What we have next is going to be Strongholds on Solitude. And keep in mind, Shopify Rebellion, they beat Quadrant on this. Both these teams are 1-0 on LAN on this game mode. I'm giving a favor here to Shopify Rebellion, but with how this last game and a half have gone, Native White are looking good.
That's right. Well, folks, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere because we're going to be heading over to Solitude for some Strongholds in Game 4. Welcome back, everyone. Game 4. We're on Solitude. We got some strongholds, and we have a damn good series. Native White versus Shopify Rebellion. White is up 2-1 currently against the Rebellion. We'll see, though, if Tapping Buttons and the boys can close it out here, or can Rebellion force a Game 5?
Yeah, GB, during the break, we were just talking about how reminiscent this series is of the HCS DreamHack series, because in that last matchup that these two teams played, Shopify Rebellion, they won 3-2 in a very close match. And the series won. Shopify Rebellion won 4-0 on a King of the Hill. Secondly, Shopify Rebellion won at 50-47 Slayers. So that could be the difference here, GB.
That
Keep
could
in mind,
be.
this time Native White won a 50-48 Slayers. Game number 3 was also a CTF Aquarius in the favor of Native White, 4-3. And then game 4 was an oddball, so kind of goes out the window from there.
But the difference is they did not play Strongholds. And I do think that Rebellion have really been working on the Strongholds game as of late, especially after the win against Quadrant. I think a lot of people started to realize what were the difference makers, what made Quadrant so good, not just them being incredible Slayers, but the way that they played the map as well. And I think teams like Rebellion really trying to take advantage of that. And you're kind of seeing it happen here, right? They're attacking these sites from multiple directions. They're not trying to just do like a full-on like funnel strategy, like try and see if they can force attention over at one stronghold and move on to another. They're always attacking locations in pockets, 2 or 1 at a time, just trying to put pressure on someone. It's really smart.
There was a lot of times when I'd watch old VOD footage of opponents, and I would see stuff that I was like, why did they do that? And I'd sit there and study and try to figure out, like, sometimes I'd come to conclusions like, I think that was just the wrong play. Other times, like, I would always challenge myself, like, this person thought this was the correct play here doing the situation. Let me try to put myself in their shoes and see what they are thinking. Whether that's their charge over this time, in a spot I normally wouldn't go so that they could be with a teammate or maybe spawn somebody, but I always tried to approach from that mindset, and I'm guessing that a lot of people have been really studying Quadrant strongholds because Lightning doesn't strike 16 times in a row when they're 16-0, and they're clearly doing some stuff systemically that's making moves every single time. But as I'm going on a long rant there, GB, we're up 107-8 here for Shopify Rebellion, just absolutely dominating this game number 4.
And it's because of what we were talking about, right? It's the decisions that they're making, the way that they're supporting one another, and they're attacking these locations with 1 or 2 players, and then that one player goes, handles business, and then the rest of them kind of move across. Like, look, the moment that they started activating A, right, you saw movement happening straight over there. Ryan Noob didn't have anyone to back him up. He knew exactly where those players are going to be spawning from, and at this point, they just have that advantage. They can wait for Native White to come to them and make those mistakes, and then Ryan Noob will just go and grab another one and continue to add more problems.
3 down, looking for those spawns over at Loop, looking, just keeping eyes over there and not seeing them just yet. Still probably knows they're over in that area. Actually, looking like he's shooting on over towards C. So I was actually super impressed. Like, generally, if you have 2 or 3 people spawn, you don't see anyone there yet. You're like, all right, they definitely didn't spawn here. But he still kind of kept checking. He's like, all right, there should be spawning over at this Loop.
And I think that maybe have been because he saw C getting capped. So he figured, okay, surely they didn't throw 4 players over there.
They either spawned bottom left in that case, and he should have been seeing a different push all the way across, or he had just heard a call out that someone pushed from posters or pushed over those stairs towards C and still knew that the loop play or spawn was in effect.
All right, well, as we look and the score continues to tick upward for Shopify Rebellion on the path to a Game 5. Native White now, they need to pull a rabbit out of the hat here. They did it once before, nearly on my fire, King of the Hill, where they almost brought back one of those points. But they have shown that when it comes down to meeting this aggression from Shopify Rebellion, or even the more sneakier plays, Native White were prepared. This is just a different kind of pace than what we saw in Aquarius.
GB, I don't know how many points a rabbit in the hat's worth, but even just with 200 points, they still aren't winning this game just yet.
I know,
yeah,
man. I'm
even
trying
if they
to
get the rabbit out of the hat.
Trying to sell the narrative, Dave. You know, it's, I don't think it's really going to happen all that much. But if there's a player and a group of players that can make a wild comeback like this happen, it would have to be Mikwin and the guys in Native White. The problem is, you're right, Dave, you're playing from such a back foot, such, you know, already you're down by an amazing amount of points here. It's going to be a Herculean effort for them to bring this back in, and as it stands right now, Rebellion are doing literally everything right.
Yeah, they're just playing so well. Look at Mental just committing towards this bomb center and realizes it's been there long enough. He's like, all right, I might as well wait. Someone's going to come here and find me anyways. So fights the one-on-one, or one-on-two, should I say, trades out with collect, and that's going to be the damage they need. When you're up by this much, you just need to trade out kills, and look at that.
That was dirty.
Dominating game number 4, 250-32 for Shopify Rebellion.
That's
we got
a
a
game you
game
can be proud
5
of.
on our hands, GB.
Oh, man. That's a game you could be proud of right there. 250-32 at the World Championship of Halo? Come on, man. That is ridiculous. Shopify Rebellion putting on work. But let's not forget, Native White, they have had Rebellion red a few times in these maps. They were able to make an incredible comeback happen on map 2. They pretty much read them like an open book on map 3. And yeah, sure, they got shellacked on map 4, but Dave, for map 5, we're going to, what is it, Slayer on
the streets.
I mean, we're taking it to the streets, baby. Go to the hood. Settle it in the streets. You know what I'm saying, Poppy?
We're going to settle this on the streets here in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Game number 5, we're going to see which team comes out clutch here in a very crucial pool play series. This is going to set the tone for this weekend and set a cascading effect of events for one of these rosters in the Halo World Championship. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Halo World Championship 2023. Our opening matchup here at the Bravo Station. Shopify Rebellion and Native Flight goes to a Game 5. And the last time these two teams met, it was a similar situation as well. A Game 5 after a dominating Game 4 from Shopify Rebellion. Literally the same thing. We'll see, though, how this plays out, because Native White, when they're put in these situations, they find ways to dig deep and pull off those wins.
Yeah, and consider how crucial this is. This essentially guarantees top 2 in your pool, because in this pool, it's just the 3 teams playing.
That's right.
It's Native White, Native Red, and Shopify.
That's right. Unfortunately, Ascending Baseline not going to be able to participate in the competition. It's very unfortunate. That being said, though, yeah, I mean, if you are the native teams in Shopify, I mean, this is a great opportunity for you. Get great reps in Seattle, and on top of that, play against damn good teams and prepare yourself for bracket play potentially would be huge for them. But also the ramifications of this match as well, because, you know,
No room for error in pool play. A lot of
it.
times you get more matches, you get 3 full matches. This time, just 2 matches for these teams, and we're up to Game 5. And this is gonna, like I said, this is gonna send waves throughout the rest of the event. You're setting yourself up for potentially a earlier, better bracket.
All right, I did see someone did back out, so it started off with a pretty good start for Shopify Rebellion, and Native White were able to make a comeback happen a little bit to bring it within 4, but we did end up losing, I believe, yeah, we ended up losing 1 player out of that one, so we'll hopefully be able to get them back in.
Yeah, there's a crash. We'll probably go to a break here, and we'll let you know what the ruling is when we come back.
Hello, everyone. We are back. Yes, Dave and myself sat here for 3 hours as we waited for this one to conclude because we're so excited. It's Rebellion versus Native White, Game 5, and already out of the gate here we're seeing some wild plays from Native White, but we do want to clarify something real quick. It is a 5-kill differential between the two teams. Shopify need 45, Native White need the 50 in order for them to win this series, and this is it, Dave.
And I was just thinking, with a longer break, who's going to come out cold, who's going to come out hot and swinging and collect? That movement we saw over by Laundry was disgusting. Just jumping up on Laundry, jumping off, hitting the shots, just playing on fire right off the rip. So we're going to see if we can carry that through the rest of this game. And look at this battle going on over at Stairs. Collected squad fighting.
Oh my God.
Does not go down. Gets help from tapping buttons, and they go for 2 for 1.
Beautifully executed there as well. Put himself in a position to go lower so that this way his teammate on the overlook position on steps can just provide a little bit more fire and he can pull that attention down. Again, just great decision making that we're seeing, micro decisions that we're seeing made from a lot of these players here, and it's led to this game being so close, 7-9. But remember, Shopify Rebellion only need, well, not only, but they need 45 in order to win versus Native White needing that full 50.
Look at this, just kills traded back and forth. We haven't seen anyone really go all 4 down just yet, and there was the first time. All 4 down for Native White. Where are the spawns? They are looking for them. Shopify know it is over near Cafe now. They can't push any further over towards PD or Cafe, and it's going to be a bit more of a stalemate situation. But a little surprising that Shopify weren't able to take up a bit more ground. Somehow Native White, even though they're all 4 down, they were able to push up from Cafe, take over towards Street, and take up more ground than they should have in an all 4 down situation.
And they were able to get 2 kills out of that as well. So you had a Rebellion that was coming out of the C side of the map, looking strong, feeling strong, and then they were trying to pivot back and forth where they wanted to go, committed to the Arcade Street. And unfortunately for them, it just fell apart. And now they've given up rockets. You get 1 clean kill with that, and this is only going to continue to be good for Native White here, given the deficit that they have to overcome at the end of this one.
Also, Jose just waited so long to shoot that shot to not take his teammate out. I would have not hesitated for a second after I saw my teammate was 1 shot. Like, there were no shields. I'm like, sorry, bro, you're going down with them. I would have shot that with 0 hesitations. But a bit more patient and a bit more kind there from tapping buttons.
What a guy. Look at him go. That being said, though, it's Native White. They have that control. 22-14. Remember, Native White need 50. Rebellion need 45. And we got a little bit of a stalemate here. Where's the opening going to be? As Collect goes down, he was a little overextended on the PD side of the map. Here comes the Shopify push now. They have a lot of weapons to try and deal with this. Finally, the Bulldog's going to bark its final bite, get that kill. And that is going to be a stop from Rebellion as they try to make a push happen to Tram.
Look at this, still holding the Tramps up. A nice 10-kill lead here. Essentially a 6-kill lead since Shopify were ahead before the reset.
That's right.
But Native White cementing themselves in such a strong position right now. Even when they're all 4 down, like you said, they pushed out, no hesitation, taking over B Street. Mickwin, no ammo in any guns. He was so mad when he saw his teammate took that battle rifle ammo there over and toward the planters.
Yeah, he really wanted that. Instead, he's going to have to deal with a commando in the back of the base. Tapping buttons, though, working this arcade. And I like this iron curtain that they kind of set up here, right? Not allowing Rebellion to get any closer. You're going to have that sentinel beam to, melt them down. They're going to need to make this opening happen and put bodies into it. And they invest 1. So that was going to be a forceful push happening toward arcade because they saw 2 players there, knew where the other one was, called out Collect, made the push happen. And now they're really just trying to do due diligence around the map. They go for that, and then they double back around to the cafe. Quite fascinating.
Yeah, and those last 2 members alive, tapping buttons and Collect, grabbing 2 kills as their teammates spawn, helping them over towards B Stairs and helping them over towards Neon. So Native White just doing everything correct here.
Yeah, and even
in
with
this
Rebellion,
Game 5 reset.
Even with Rebellion trying to make these plays happen, it's still Native White with all the answers each and every time. Another rocket grab for them. Rebellion really would have wanted to be able to get that, and I think that was part of the reason why in their hesitation on the push, because Native White were there, as you had mentioned, right off the respawn, able to pick up 2. So this just puts Rebellion in a really bad spot at a pivotal game where you're down by a sizable amount, and even though you have that little advantage there, that is not going to really help out that much as the Spectre gets 2 with the rockets just like that.
Last rocket securing 2 kills. This is looking rough here for Shopify Rebellion. That has got to be devastating. We've seen larger comebacks here. We've seen larger comebacks in the past. I mean, even this series alone, we saw a 10-kill comeback there from Native White against Shopify Rebellion, but can they now do it from the back foot? Cycle, trying to run away, picked off on the way towards Neons. This is just devastating.
And Cycle trying to cause a problem on the cafe side of the map. Meanwhile, the rest of the Rebellion members pushing over toward Arcade, and Cycle got sniffed out immediately. The moment that they saw that there were one person there on cafe, they put 3 bodies to just eradicate that person, and then just doubled back around to support. And this is allowing Native White kind of just free reign to move around this map, rotate as they need to. A few kills are starting to happen toward the PD side here, but for the most part, I mean, this has just been clean gameplay from Native White.
Yeah, Native White just doing everything
Good
right.
rotations.
They just essentially just have to close this out, do business as usual. Equal team effort across the board. 10 kills for everyone except for Suspector, who's lagging behind by just 1 kill.
How dare he?
It's like, we're all on 10 now? Man, I would have gotten 10 if I knew that.
Come on, guys. All right, well, maybe Rebellion with this rocket can get themselves back into this game. Native White need 10 for Rebellion. They're going to need, 20 as it stands right now.
It's a race 20-10 between these two teams. Yes, they have 2 rockets, but that only gets you so far.
True.
Yes, there's a chance that it secures the killer 2 to get them in a spawn trap, but they have to do everything right. They have to execute not just on these kills, also on the spawn trap kills, mitigate losses. It is just a really tough position to be in here for Shopify Rebellion.
The call out came from Arcade side because they saw the rocket player pushing in. That prompted the members of Native White to just abandon Tramp completely. And I think they thought maybe he would have doubled back, but obviously not to be the case. Rain gets his target, but things could have gone really sour there for Native White because 2 players were grouped up and Rain was in a prime position. So good calls coming across from Native White. And now, though, they're still going to have to be dealing with this uphill climb. And for each frag that they get, Native
They're
White's
trading
won.
out at a good ratio, though. I mean, they got 4 kills to Native White's 1. If they keep trading
gotta
at
keep
that
doing that.
ratio, they will definitely come back in this game. But that's that's an easier thing to do when you have rockets.
Yeah,
you
and
have
it's
them
easy
all
to
high.
say 4-to-1 ratio. You know
Yes.
what I mean? Like, yeah, sure. Just go get 4
If they
kills.
just wipe out their team every single time and only lose 1 member, that's as simple as that.
If they don't shoot back, don't use any grenades, we can come back and win this game. That being said, though, you know that Rebellion, they're not going to be giving up. This is not a team that quits. 4 players.
And also they got Native White playing scared. Like, this could also come back to bite Native White. Native
True.
White, they were being aggressive the whole time. You saw Collect always on the hunt, charging out. Now they're on the back foot. Look at this, charging out. 2 members shut down. Make that 3. We joked about a 4-for-1 conversion, but they already have a 3-for-0 conversion, and now they get tapping buttons. That's a 4-for-0.
That was Dave, did they just pull off a 4-0 and a 4-1 conversion? They didn't have rockets, though,
GB,
man.
this is a 3-kill game.
That's
This is
actually
only
nuts.
a 3-kill game right now.
That
as
is
they
crazy.
went on an insane spree.
And they got rockets
went
again.
8 kills to 1 kill for Native White to close that gap.
They got rockets again, Dave. So one's at the steps, another one's at the balcony, and one's at arcade, and another one's at ramp.
Yep, and just as a reminder for those that are just joining us, this is a reset. So Shopify Rebellion were up by 5 kills before the reset, so they only need to get to 45. My math isn't that bad. I wasn't saying it's a 5-kill game when it's actually an 8-kill game on the current screen in front of you.
Just wanted to clarify
Just
that.
wanted to clarify.
Because Dave takes his maths very seriously.
I take pride in my math skills.
Hey, man, I totally get it. I do not. I'm awful with it. That was one of the things I have no problem admitting. That being said, though, it's been a very slow game for Native White and Rebellion. And this is, I think, by design, because Native White know they have rockets. We can't give up any dumb deaths here, or else they're right back in
and
this
this
game.
sparked it off last time. Last time they got the set of rockets, and they got that 4-for-1 run. Can they do it again? If they are somehow able to do that again, they are in a exact tie game. But we're going to have to see how this plays. Look at how much this is slowed down. There's a chance we don't see this one go to limit.
Bro, we
with
could get
how
double
slow it's
rockets.
going down.
Because Ryan Noob hasn't fired a single rocket. And Rebellion are in a position. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Elton. So, oh, snap. Okay, so Ryan Noob's backing away out of this one, but they don't play off of that. They didn't know that they got the hit, And the Rockets are there to pick up the Rockets again.
Yeah,
this is crazy.
is dangerous here.
This is bad.
Ryan Noob wisely doesn't waste the rocket, looking for the other help. He knows there's got to be someone else there. Gets the pick on Mickwin. Rockets up, and no one can touch that besides Shopify. Ryan Noob's going to guarantee to get the second stop, and instead picks up the bullets and reloads the Rockets.
That was so freaking cool. he held the Rockets the entire time. Didn't have to do the stupid pickup animation.
One kill game, GB.
Oh
and
my gosh.
Rockets in the hands of Shopify. I would take their position in this exact situation. So we were joking before, like, hey, this game's looking like it's over. No, this one's not over. Shopify Rebellion brought this back to a one-kill game. We're going to see who has more ice in their veins in game number 5 of the first series at the Halo World Championship.
I'm not gonna lie, it was a classic me and you moment, okay, where we were like, it's over. It was just not. Oh, man, this is nuts. Okay. But the player's right by planners, man. If he sees him, if he sniffs him, hopefully Collect put on some deodorant today.
I like this play by Collect. Collect has been this playmaker early on, just distracting. Suspector needs to be a little distracted. He heard the footsteps. Hears the footsteps and goes for the trade. Gets the damage, but not the trade. Valiant effort there by Collect, eating that rocket. But now we got ourselves a tie game. You got Rockets in the hands of Ryan Noob. I feel like you have. This one's a difficult position. Know what to be. Do you force the Rocket player to try to come in and just get a free, easy kill? Do you try to make a push of your own?
Okay.
Right now, Native White are all stuck in the tram. Shopify Rebellion happy to trade time right now. They do not worry about the time because they can take a last-ditch effort with the Rockets.
That they can.
Try to get that last pick and close out this game. 24 seconds on the clock, GB.
And we're getting a new set of Rockets again.
They're
That's
not going to
how long
play.
this has been.
Yes, this will be the final Rockets, but those will not come into play whatsoever. We are not going to have a tie game in this situation unless somehow Ryan Noob does not make a play with
And
this
all
rocket.
he has to do is just drop on it.
5 seconds with this Rockets. Ryan Noob, all eyes on him.
Save it. Save it.
He goes for the desperate rocket all the way across, and that's going to be a reset, GB. Tie game number 5 for the first series of the 2023 Halo World Championship. I love this.
Dude, that was nuts. That was Collect. Collect was, you know what? I got to give Collect all the credit in the world there because that is a difficult position for a young player to be in a high-stakes game like this. And you know what? He made the call. He went for the charge. He tried to get, the pick there. I think that when it's all said and done, right, like there just really wasn't much you could do when Ryan was cycling rocket spawns like that.
Yeah, it was a great attempt. I feel like their team needs to be a little bit more on the same page in a situation like that because you need that distraction a little further away. You need someone to lay down the first shot on Ryan Noob. You need to have a better vision.
The arcade player's job was to lure Ryan Noob further.
Yes, you need to
there was
lure
no
them to
reason
false sense
Collect.
of security.
Exactly. No reason why Collect pushed forward there. It was not necessary. But I think I don't know if we're gonna go straight for the restart, but I think we're gonna get a little bit of a pause while the admins figure everything out. But we're gonna be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're getting a reset. This is ridiculous. Game 5, Street Slayer between Shopify Rebellion and Native White. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Welcome back, everyone. Game 5, a reset because we were tied up in map 5. And it's Native White, Shopify Rebellion, Street Slayer. This is it for all the marbles. And Rebellion are going to start off with 2 out of the gate. Make that 3.
Get a few slays here. They found Suspector trying to rotate away from B Street. And that's a rough start here for Native White. One thing we were talking about offline here, me and GV were just saying, when the game slowed down, that's when Native White really got punished.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to see what they're going to do to either speed this up during those neutral times or, you know, obviously the game's going faster now, not going so well in Native White's favor. Cycle winning that huge 1v1 against Collect.
Mental. Not really needing to move away from this position, just wants his teammates there to back him up. He knows exactly where they're going to be located, as a few of the members all going to be spawning off in this back corner here at the station. Now, though, this is where the push starts to come in. They're sensing that there's an opportunity here to maybe get a little aggressive toward Arcade, but they're going to back away. They realize that is not necessarily where they want to invest their time into, and instead there was actually a push coming in from the Cafe side. So Rain's job here is really just to patrol around this. He is going to die, but he does do enough damage to give his teammates enough time to get that kill. That's going to continue on this lead, 10-5 here for Rebellion.
Rebellion getting the strong lead they needed. They seem to know how to get the rockets off the start. Great plays by them, but how do they move it out here? As we got this next set of rockets coming up in 20 seconds, they're going for B Street control here for Shopify. So much pressure here. They maybe want that angle over from rails, over from tire to really get those dominant angles towards the rockets.
Well, they're going to have to handle Collect here, but you have 2 players that are going to be stuck inside a tram. 3, make that 3. So really the onus is going to be on Collect to win this fight. And Suspector is there to back his teammate up. And even though Collect gets cleaned up, this is going to give Native White an opportunity to try and extend a little bit. Maybe see if they could stop that rocket from being that impactful in this particular setup here. But that being said, it does actually feel like Native White are just struggling. They're kind of making scattered pushes all over the place. Doesn't feel cohesive. There you go.
Just we say that though, all those pushes across the map go in favor of Native White. They pick off Rain, who's also trying to run away. And now they feel like they've kind of hit their groove for the first time in this reset game.
Yeah, it was a bit of a sloppy
play.
one.
I like this aggressive play. We're not just sitting all the way back towards PD and Tower.
Exactly.
You have this amazing trap set up front. You have Suspector baiting correctly, looking for where these players are at. Now maybe arguably even a little overextending, but they have the rockets. They have the firepower. Going to go with 2 for 1. Suspector picking off one other player, and Mental, last one remaining in the back of Tram. Are they going to find him? It's going to be 1-on-1. Bulldog versus the Stalker Rifle. Bulldog comes out ahead.
Yeah, and that close range. Now, it is a 1-kill game. So Native White, off of that, you know, I would say at times very hectic push, we're really able to capitalize off of that. And now Native White are in a position where they can contend, which hadn't really been much of the case for them at the start of this game, and heck, even toward the end of the last one before we had the reset. So Collect now putting some shots forward here. Mental's going to be isolated by himself, and there's going to be a teammate up above and another one coming around the corner. But those tags are being made, so Mental won't be traded or helped out there in that instance. Definitely don't want to see him make those plays too much now, or else you're going to be giving up a lead to Native White before you know it. Rockets coming up in 15 seconds. Suspector has other plans here with this Sentinel Beam. A killing spree as well for the veteran, trying to lock these rockets down and maybe even, you know, push them forward in this one, Dave.
Yeah, Suspector, no stranger to the main stage and Placeable of Worlds 2015 World Championship, taking 2nd place. And look at that, all 4 down for Shopify. We have a lead for Native White. We were critiquing them earlier on, just saying, what are they going to do to get back in this game? And they found their answer. They've gotten the kills. They now have a 6-kill lead, and look at the pace that they're playing at. I want to see them play at this pace the entire time when they have full numbers, because they've just shown as soon as the game slows down, Shopify can pick them apart.
Yeah, you have players on Native White that at any point in time can really turn on that aggression and play with a bit more purpose, right? I think that's something that Suspector is doing very well in this game, where in the last one, I didn't really feel like he was having that much of an impact, whereas in this one, he's putting himself in these situations where he could put 2-3 shots down on someone, force him in the back, go for a 1v1 fight, and it's been working out so far for him. He's got an 8-3 total, and it's really contributed to this team being able to hold on to the 7-point lead now.
But now we're in a spot where it's slowed down a little bit. I still think Native White have much more map control across the map. You know, you kind of always look at the standoff like who has B Street, who has further along Neons or Cafe. And it looked like that was in favor of Native White, but they are all just getting picked apart. The push comes out from Shopify. They got the damage they wanted to see. They know where the last player's at. Mickwin's surely going to fall soon.
Yeah, and he does go down, which opens up a few of the lanes here. Native White now trying to make pushes happen toward the arcade side, and they know the players are going to be scattered about. How could you not? It's such a common spot to be holding here. Rockets up in 18. And with Rain with 5 shots on the Bulldog, can at least get 1 kill if someone tries to pressure him inside of the arcade. He's got to transition across from the arcade to tires to see if he can get in there with that Bulldog. These grenades are certainly going to help him out with that. But I don't think he can get in there fast enough. And this is going to be popping up in a few seconds here. These rockets are important.
Yeah, Rockets coming up. 1 down for each side. Make that 2 down for Native White. So a slight numbers advantage for Shopify, but nobody's in position to grab it. In fact, they have to back down. Suspector gets them out, tosses them preemptively, knowing his life was going to go down.
And that was a very smart heads-up play there. Now tapping buttons can use these rockets to great effect, though, but he's got to be mindful, be careful. You don't have a lot of shields remaining here. 2 kills remaining. Might even get yourself a 3rd, and that's going to give yourself the 31 points on the board. That's necessary to give you a little bit of a comfort where you're like, all right, we're going to start adding on to this lead little by little here.
Yeah, a little comfort, but I mean, they had a 7-kill lead prior.
True that.
They had the Rockets able to trade out a couple kills. I mean, not really that great over these most recent exchanges here. But as long as they're able to still get the trade, that's what matters. Doesn't matter if you win by 1 kill. Doesn't matter if you win by 10 kills. You just need to win here.
That's right, Vin Diesel.
You got to take, take a 1 power up at a time, take it a quarter mile at a time. Any way you push it, you got to just take it little bit by bit.
And most importantly, family. So, Native White with a 7-kill lead again, make that 6, but it's starting to look pretty solid for the Native squad. As Rebellion now, what do? How do they answer back? Is this how you're going to give it up? What a comeback that they had in that first Game 5, where they looked like they were down by 10, I think, at one point, were able to come back.
Last time Native White, they slowed down here when they're at the 40 mark. That's when Shopify started making their push back. Now, are Native White going to slow it down now to try to play the clock, or are they going to keep this pace up? It looks like the answer is keeping the pace up, and I agree with this entirely based on how last game went. They know he's weak down there. Cycle, gets the stick, Cycle, trades out.
That was 2 sticks. That was a stick for a stick. I respect that. New Rockets coming up. 3 seconds here. Mickwin's in a good spot. Pressure over toward the cafe. Rain's got himself a nice little cheeky angle over toward the ATM. And you also have Red Gun looking over it too. So this is going to be really difficult for Native White to just charge in and push, especially with a man down.
Yeah, Rockets up, but Collect knows cannot just push out there. It'd be a free kill. Cycle trying to make the push on over. Baits on out. Kills traded out. 2-kill game, and you know what could get a couple easy kills there, GB? It's those Rockets. Who's going to walk away with them? It looks like Native White got them in their hands and bring it on over towards the cafe.
At the perfect moment, Native White found what they were looking for. Rebellion had numbers located at the palm trees right in front of where that rocket was located, and they just could not get a comfortable position to grab that. It was just a little too deep inside of that mid lane. And this is very similar to what we saw in that first Game 5, where once those rockets were picked up and you had like 4 minutes left on the clock, the game slowed down. This time it's 3 minutes, and now it's Native White. How does Rebellion break out of this? Because it felt like Native White did not have a solution.
Yeah, there goes 1 rocket. They now know where rockets are across the map. They have 2 options. They either push over towards B side, try to make some action happen on there, or they try to make a play on the rocket player, just remove that threat entirely. And it looks like here comes the play over towards Bulldog.
That was sound
Ryan
cues.
who trades one out.
That was all sound cues, Dave. He knew that there was someone there bouncing around, looking, trying to see. He had no idea that that player was at the bench. So just slow walked and used his opportunity to pop him with the Bulldog. It's going to bring him within 3. Maybe even opens up a little bit of the map here. Now within 2. But they're going to drop back, though. Okay, so they saw some things that they liked over toward B, got a few kills, and now time to play for the Rockets. Didn't work out for them in this very same position last time, Dave. What's different here? What do they do differently to get this?
Well, the difference here is like Native White actually had the advantage last time. They had a little more position. They had the Rockets. They have a stronger position to actually grab these Rockets this time. It's not like they have a Rockets overlooking them in the hands of Ryan Noob. going to come down to this neutral trades here. Who's going to walk away with these kills? It's going to be Collect and Cycle, both dropping from each team. Native
Rockets
White,
are grabbed.
a little close to those Rockets. Wouldn't be surprised if they got them.
Yeah, I'm pretty
I
sure
don't
they
see
did.
them. And also, the exact same time, Rhino makes a flank with the Bulldog over towards PD. Is it enough damage and distraction? I would say yes, seeing how Cycle picked up a second kill. Mickwin has Rockets trying to go on the offensive.
Yeah, he was
But
on the other side of the map.
this game is just
Uh-oh.
tumultuous right now. There is no clear side to either of these teams. Wisely does not suicide with the Rocket.
That was a very smart play there. You're going to get the trade. Now it's only going to be one kill left. The game is in Mickwin's hands, and he pops them. Mentals down, and that is it. A hard-fought battle that took freaking forever. But Native White find it in them to win this series 3-2. Getting a little bit of a run back against Rebellion last time they met at DreamHack. This time, though, a world championship is on the line.
Congrats again over there to Native White. Like you said, Shopify barely got the better of them last time. Close series. These two teams so evenly matched, and something tells me with seeing how closely matched they are that we likely will see them match up again some point throughout this weekend.
I hope so,
some point, likely in the lower bracket.
I hope so, because these two teams genuinely put on a treat. I hope everyone can go back and enjoy the VOD. It was such a great series. And well-deserved. Native White, though, pick up a critical win in this 3-team group here at the Halo World Championship. We'll see, though. Can Shopify Rebellion manage to bounce back against Native Red, who they'll be playing later on today? This is a lot of pressure for Shopify here.
Yeah, and that's going to be it from me and GB. Catch you all later, and I believe we'll have another match coming up here soon.
Yeah. See you in a
Take
few.
care.
Hello and welcome back to the Halo World Championships here in Seattle. Hosting some of the best and biggest teams around. Pool B action on our screens. SSG up against Cloud9 as we say goodbye to one player. Septify.
He was that terrified of Stella that he would rather throw himself off the map. I mean, I'm not really surprised with what Stella can do with a sniper rifle. But he went out and dipped. But it's SSG versus Cloud9, as Scherzi alluded to. It's Scherzi and Gaskin here to take you through it. And already, SSG got a flag on the move.
Jumps off the map, decides to do no damage to the Overshield player as well, which is the interesting thing. But Stellar's already got this flag all the way down long haul. And there's a reason why SSG love playing Piri and CTF is because they're that damn good. 1-0 lead already with barely a minute played.
9-3 across the season are Space Station on Imperial and CTF. Cloud9, they've only played it 3 times, but they're 1-2. Of course, obviously, Cloud9 a newer team. Definitely some players here who have been around the block, know how to compete at a World Championship, but let's call a spade a spade. Space Station are 3 times the team of Cloud9 at the moment with what they've shown at recent tournaments. And this should be a walk in the park for them, as we can already see from the early stages. They're up by 1 and they're trying to double it.
Space Station heavy favourites, first to 3 to win the game, and Space Station looking to end this as quickly as they possibly can. Septify all alone in the mauler. Will survive for now, trying to put down some damage. Will get one on the bound. That will mean flag will fall, but not enough to stop the flag. 2-0 to SSG, and only 1 flag away from winning the game.
It looked like Stella got a little bit distracted by a shiny thing there. He was like, oh, there's a needler on the floor, and then he is a robot, so it wouldn't surprise me if occasionally he just gets his senses taken away. Yeah, just, you know, some things can distract you from certain scenarios. The Space Station, at this tournament, I'm expecting at least top 3. They'll be looking to try and top what they did last year at the Halo World Championship, where they got to that grand final, of course. And I remember Eco tweeting out afterwards saying, look, the loss is on me. He thinks he made the wrong calls. He's the IGL, and he's going to try and maybe right those wrongs here at this tournament.
SSG, of course, one of our most consistent teams in the HCS, and you can see why. Never, ever fall outside of the top 3. Although they might lose the odd pool play game to screw up a few scenes for everybody else, sometimes I think they just do that for fun.
I wonder if Penguin knows that Stella just naded him. He definitely would have saw the blue little arrows.
That's when someone, you say, who just naded me, and nobody replies. You get
no one replies.
Cockroaches in the comments.
That's what happens in matchmaking anyway. I wonder if it's a little bit more different, because on LAN you can see screens. I'd be death staring my teammate.
It was me who naded you in matchmaking. Bank on that.
You should say, who naded me, whilst you stare that person down. You know full well who it was. A chance now for Cloud9 with a little bit of control here, but Nemesis with the sniper rifle wants to reposition. And they're going to try and run this one down long haul.
Ooh. Nemesis finds the face of 1. Managed to slow SSG down for a moment. Nemesis with a big double kill. And they've got to make SSG pay here. Of course, Space Station former representatives of Cloud9 found a new home of Space Station, already brought them home a championship, but 3 dead for Cloud9. Septify last man standing, has to fight with no shields, and Penguin ensures that fight will not last much longer. Flag almost sent back home, double kill from the boy Penguin. Stellar steps into the hill, flag goes back home. So any real threat Cloud9 have had of getting back into the game stopped almost immediately.
And this is a rematch from Fort Worth. We already saw it happen at last tournament. Space Station won it 3-0 then as well. King of the Hill live fire is where we started. It was 4-1. 50-43 on the Slayer, and then 250-85 on the Strongholds Recharge, which, remember, Strongholds Recharge is where we're going in this series at Game 3 as well. So all the stats are trending towards Space Station as expected. Cloud9 had a moment there where they had a little bit of map control, but now Bound is going to try and assert his dominance on the other side.
A moment is all it was. A little bit of respite from the SSG pressure. They're applying it once more. Penguin, long haul down to no shields again, picks up a little bit of splash damage from a teammate. This time it's going to be in the shape and form of Stellar. Rockets up in 10. Heatwave in hands. Fries one dust. Second kill picked up as well, and Septify will finally shut the man down. Rockets should be scooped up, and it should be for Cloud9.
Now I just want to see him do something with it. Connects with one but doesn't get the damage, at least is able to secure the second kill. But Cloud9 just look a little bit hesitant to be able to even try and get any control on the other side, and it's flanks like this that seem like a good idea in your head. Alright, I'll get the flag moving, I'll distract Space Station, but what's it going to achieve, really? Penguin already there to shut it down, and Septify now left his teammates in a 3 versus 3, or potentially a 2 versus 3. Penguin gets the return whilst Bound is running this one.
Any moments of hesitation from Cloud9, playing against teams of the caliber of SSG, only opens the door to compound your misery, and you can see that now. SSG, like you say, it seemed like a good idea, it turns out it wasn't. Left his team a man light at the back and Bound will punch home the third and final flag. SSG will take the lead in the series.
As easy as that, 3-0. And Cloud9, unfortunately, will have to go into map 2, hoping that they can come out the blocks a little bit quicker, because Space Station were hot off the press to start map 1.
Pretty dominant fashion from SSG. Cloud9 already on the back foot, Dan, and never really got going.
They never got going, and as we saw, Septify tried to go forward, but probably should have gone backwards. Sometimes to go backwards, you must go forwards, or the other way around. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, we'll go for a break, but when we come back, it'll be map number 2.
Game 2 then underway. Slayer on Solitude. SSG hold a 1-0 lead in the series. Cloud9 looking to bounce back. You have to think they're going to get themselves back into the series. It needs to be here and now.
Need a pretty big trampoline.
There is a lift.
Maybe a grab lift, that can help. Do you bounce up a grab lift though?
You more walk in, don't you? You could do it.
You float.
It's a hopper.
5-1 though, it's a great start for Cloud9. And we have seen a few teams disrupt Space Station, especially in pool play. LBT did the last tournament. Space Station perhaps guilty of underestimating their opponents, and we can't allow that to happen. We've usually seen Space Station be pretty flawless throughout group stages throughout the majority of the year. And I'm sure they'll make sure they knuckle down in this game number 2.
They are capable of dropping the ball. Blueprint is there to be followed. LBT, who showed us it was possible, as Dan correctly says. 2 dead for SSG for a moment, but 2 dead for Cloud9, so at the moment, not too many gunfights on the map. Sniper rifle in the hands of SSG's with a 2-kill deficit to try and eat away at.
It is surprisingly one of Space Station's worst Slayers. You would have thought when Solitude came out, if anyone was going to be dominating this map, it would be Space Station, considering what the majority of these players did during Halo 5 on Plaza. But it just hasn't really molded well with how they approach the game. They've also gone up against opponents who just seem to have the edge on Solitude. It doesn't play the same as Halo 5. I mean, you'd imagine when a map just is quite similar, but Halo 5 and Halo Infinite are such different games, especially with the lack of thrust. The movement is very different. It's a little bit slower. You have to be a bit more methodical or slower about your approach to the game as well. It's more team-oriented than it is individual, and I think that maybe that hurts Space Station in areas. They are slowly getting used to how this map works out.
1-kill lead for Cloud9. That hot start they had, they managed to keep their noses in front up until this point. Important that they continue to do that, maybe even build on. All tied up as quick as you like. Rami down to what appears to be half shield. Septify will get one elsewhere, but again, neck and neck. We head towards the mid game very, very shortly. Nemesis will get one of the lead, but will fall along with his teammate Rami. They're just about getting the better of the engagements and the trades at the moment. That's what Cloud9 need.
Neck and neck, nose ahead. It's very much a horse race.
A lot of body parts.
A lot of body parts.
Human anatomy, what a thing it is.
What a time to be alive. 24-20. I mean, I tell you what, Cloud9 are doing very well at just keeping Space Station at arm's length here. There's another body part for you. We can keep going until it gets inappropriate, for sure. Sniper's going to be coming up soon.
Will Cloud9 have the legs?
You've skipped a lot there.
Data went really far down.
I understand why.
We can build our way back up again if you need to.
Snipe's still not been picked up, but Bound's looking like he should get his hands on it, and he has. And we've not seen anyone take any true sniper control just yet. It's a difficult map to have sniper control though, isn't it? Like, you'll try and take certain angles, but as soon as you get called out, you can be easily pressured. Still a 4-kill lead for Cloud9.
Very limited, the angles you can take. You can get isolated very quickly. Sniper rifle will fall once more. Is this one to be cursed? Yes, it is.
Yep.
And another one goes down. And it sits on S2 flat for someone to scoop up. Looks as though Bound's maybe the closest to it. So whether or not he can be an influence with it. First shot will be a swing and a miss. Nothing connects. Eco's on loop. Excuse me, U-bend. Trying to apply some pressure. Again, Bound is also fallen with the sniper rifle. 3-kill lead then. He's just passed over the 30-kill threshold. It's a lot of THs for an Irishman. But I've just managed to get it to escape it without sounding too dumb.
Also, never apologise for confusing Loop and U-bend. When we played with Walshy, I'm not sure he knew where Loop or U-bend were.
No, we were calling out even Silo. The help never came. He sat S4 for the whole game.
Sat S4 cross-eyed. Still went positive somehow, but that's Dave Walsh. He's made a career out of doing that. I jest, he is obviously one of the greatest Halo players of all time.
He's like the guy from the Mighty Ducks who doesn't know how to skate but can hit some serious bumps.
Dave Walsh is out of nowhere. Cloud9, it's been quite a journey for them. I mean, all 4 of these players have had a very up and down season. Been dropped left, right and centre. Finally found themselves together, battled through open bracket, surprised everyone, pushed themselves into top 6 at one point. From the open bracket was really the Cinderella story, but wondering whether they peaked too soon. You would have loved the top 6 of the Halo World Championships, but I guess that's still possible here for them, especially if they can find themselves with a victory here against Space Station. They're now 5 ahead. Things aren't looking too shabby right now.
There's a chance. 5-kill lead. Kills still going
6
in their favor. As we head to the end game. We are in the end game now. As Eco over towards posters.
Rami.
An overkill for Rami. How important that could be to dictate the end of this game. Really gives them a fighting chance in the series to push on. You spoke about this being one of their weaker Slayers, and we're seeing it from SSG.
We are, but you've got to make sure you capitalise here if you're Cloud9. Don't let this one slip through your fingers now. The game is there for the taking. It's ripe, it's on the tree, you just have to pluck it off. But Space Station will do their very best to keep that firmly attached to its branch. Oh, nice nade though from Septify.
2 kills required. Rami gets another one. 1 more kill to tie up the series. And pushes to at minimum, excuse me, A game 4 as Cloud9 do tie up the series 1-1, and just like that, they're right back in this thing.
Yeah, Space Station caught off guard slightly by a Cloud9 who looked hot and fiery going into game number 2. They looked a little bit lackluster in game number 1. Maybe they'd met their match, but here they are showing they are going to put a series on show for us. An impressive victory, 50-42. Septify with the most kills. Penguin also equaling it. It's going to be 1-1 in the series. And of course, we will be back shortly for map number 3.
Welcome back. Game 3 underway. If you're just joining us, the SSG up against Cloud9. As you can see at the top of your screens, the series score sitting at 1-1. SSG winning game number 1, CTF Imperium. Cloud9 roaring back to life on Slayer Solitude. And now you join us. Strongholds on recharge, which typically has been a pretty strong game type for SSG, Dan.
Yeah, 9-1 throughout the season for Space Station, 0-3 for Cloud9. Stats haven't lied too much to us so far this tournament. And I think the early indicator would suggest that Space Station firmly in control here. A and C in their control, B a slither away. Stella will just have to slide in, but Septify ensures he gets the reset, which means that Space Station have to work hard for it yet again. But it's how they move from one point to another, Space Station, very flawlessly, effortlessly sometimes, transitioning from stronghold to stronghold. We talk about Quadrant being the best stronghold team. I think that Space Station are very near second.
Like synchronized swimmers is a thing of beauty.
Well, now I'm thinking about them all in little swimming hats. Imagine Stella in a little swimming hat with a nose plug.
That would be amazing.
That's some content we need for next season. I'll tell you what, HCS, let's get them to a pool and let's get some synchronized swimming with Space Station.
Bound's definitely wearing armbands.
Triple S's. If there's another SSG Invitational, guys. Swimming with Stella.
Swim Station gaming. Speaking of Stellar, that man continues to put down damage on the map. And Nemesis was the one feeling the brute force of it. Eco went to clean up some of that damage put down, but unfortunately paid the price of his life, stepped out a little bit too soon. B and C remain in control of Space Station, and they've already got a pretty significant lead.
Stella with great scope control there as well. A lot of players, when they get knocked out of scope when they're trying to hit those cross-map shots, will just back away, refocus, get that scope on the go again, but he's more than happy to take that fight. He's so confident, is Stella. Really has been one of the standouts, if not the standout, throughout this season. And Space Station already find themselves 93 to 7 up. Oh, that was okay.
Just as you were about to
misses the easy one, hits the hard one.
You were about to put a little bit of criticism on him.
Yeah.
And before you could even get it out of your mouth, he hit the second shot. Doesn't like easy shots. Prefers to do a little bit more flashy. A triple cap now locked in on Cloud9. Just how close are they to tapping out?
That's why I wasn't really worried when I saw the Slayer go in favor of Cloud9. Bloody hell.
I really like watching him play Halo.
I mean, observers, just keep us on this, man.
It's a standard cam.
Just don't go away. He's hitting everything.
We dare not remove ourselves from this POV until at least he hits the death screen. Because he's liable to just cause some sort of carnage at any point, really.
Look, and if he survives throughout the rest of the game and gets no more kills, that's on us, but 126 to 9 now. And Stella just walking around the map, confident taking any fight right now.
When was the last time he took a shot? His shield hasn't even been touched for such a long time, but Triton on Whirlpool will get shocked up a little bit. Hopefully he pays his energy bills, because Stellar's looking to charge him up. He backs away now. All out of shock rifle ammunition, and that probably means the fun's going to end.
You think that, but he always finds a way.
Looking to fight with his bare hands now. Over towards batteries. L2 the point of contention. Rami will finally put him away. But what a reign of terror he had.
The observer wipes the sweat off his brow and says, finally I can change POVs. A and B now starting to be taken by Cloud9, but you think there's going to be too much of a fight back over towards B. But they are going to give it a go. Toes have been stepped in. And I tell you what, they've been able to wrestle it back. But I just think it's a little bit too late. I mean, you're 180 points down at this point.
Toes stepped into the hill, but for now, SSG have been stepping all over the toes of Cloud9. This hasn't been much of a dance, it's more of a trampling for now. Can Cloud9 find some semblance of control to battle right back into this thing? Nemesis picks up one, Septify will try with Bound. Perhaps an avenue to explore then for them. They threaten to push a triple cap, or are they happy to hold what they have?
They should just be happy with A and B. I mean, that's what Recharge is about. It's about holding a 2. Very different to some of the other Strongholds maps that we have in Halo Infinite. Stella cracks the neck of Rami. And it's an interesting push from Space Station. It's difficult to fight for B, but as long as they cover, then they should be able to grab it, and Cloud9 can't really allow that to happen. you've got to fight harder to be. You have to start contesting a little bit sooner, and when you've got Stella moving around the map that quickly, it just makes things so tough.
Triple cap locked in once more. We're very quickly heading towards the 250-point threshold that it takes to win this game. Cloud9 have just been outclassed and outgunned so far. And they have so much work to do if they're going to get themselves back into this game.
Penguin demonstrating the class of his VR as well. Didn't even need a scope. Lamb looks nice and crispy. My shots definitely don't hit that way online, I'll tell you that for free. Do get a chance to play on LAN this event though, don't we, Shows?
We do. They're finally letting us out of our cage.
So that'll be exciting on Sunday. A little show match coming up, but we're getting a show match right here, it seems. It's a very one-sided affair. Space Station close to closing this one out.
It's an SSG masterclass on Stronghold's recharge. Cloud9 just haven't been able to deal with the pressure. There's men against boys out there, it would seem. Space Station retake the lead in the series and regain control, and are one game away from progressing 1-0 in the pools.
Never looked really in any doubt either for Space Station. There was that moment where there was A and B control for Cloud9.
When they got 4 points?
They got a few points on the board, but it was Space Station who then pushed B and made sure they stopped anything from happening.
Well, that's all we have time for Game 3. Don't go anywhere though, as the next game is on the horizon. Oddball live fire, and perhaps SSG will close out this series, or Cloud9 can push us to a Game 5. We'll be right back. Game 4 underway. Cloud9 with work to do. Stay alive in this series. You've seen that little oddball bottom middle, and that means get it in your hand to win the game. Deep wave in the hands of Rami though, and an overkill extermination for Stellar. And we have to blame the observer. No, maybe it's our fault. We didn't call for it.
We told you who to
Stay
be
on,
watching.
Stellar.
Come on! Well, overkill to kick things off. And Space Station, is this just going to be another masterclass that we see here? The Slayers can often go in favor of the lower seed, but objectives is really when we see the class start to be demonstrated, and you need 2 players to shut down Stella. You really can't challenge him 1v1.
He has to be pressed by 2 men. Keep him quiet. And how do you start a game with an overkill? Like, if that has to be soul destroying for the other teams, like, all right, well, we may as well just end the game now, end the round at least.
Especially when you see it's Stella. I mean, he has been ridiculous this season. Just running around, boxing the head off everyone now.
Just thumping heads.
Absolutely slapping boys around.
He's a true force. Keep going with some more aggregate violent analogies to use here. Well, he won't be done for GBH, at least not at the moment. Triton on sandbags, down to no shields. Drops away for the moment, but look how many seconds they've already amounted down.
Enemy has the ball. Ball
You could argue that this round is probably over after the overkill.
Enemy has the ball.
But Cloud9
Ball dropped.
now starting to get into it a little bit. Will finally get their hands on the odd ball.
Enemy has the ball.
And the safety net of green is going to be where they look to hold.
Immediately getting pressured. We can talk about safety nets because
Oh,
you have
nice.
the option of playing the ball, but Nemesis has played himself and he goes for a quick drink and splish splash. He's off. Triton over towards green. Ball is still on the map. All 4 dead for Cloud9. And we thought as though they would have the opportunity to play the ball, but Nemesis just fumbles. Unfortunately, falls off the map, and that will mean more seconds on the board for SSG.
Found swatting flies as the overshield is going to be gathered for Space Station as well. There is a heat wave to work with here for Cloud9, so it's not all doom and gloom. Mostly doom and gloom, but not all doom and gloom.
It's doom, just not quite gloom. 72 seconds total for SSG at
They've
the
lost the
moment.
heat wave, so now it's all doom and
It's
gloom.
doom and gloom back on the horizon.
Yep, back on the menu.
That's the weather report. Meat is back in the menu, you might say. 75 bottom middle, getting cooked, getting fried. Desperately trying to survive. Has done so for now, but taking quite a lot of damage. 2 members of Cloud9 positioned bottom middle and just can't have an influence on the game right now as they're down to little to no shields.
Need to make a push. Has to be now, but you run straight into Eco. Bound cleverly trying to rotate this one around, but it is going to be spotted out by Cloud9. And I like that Triton didn't immediately retreat to green there. Just kind of assessed what was going down, listened to the call-outs, where our space station going to be. Because if you can get the setup in-house, then you're going to be far more comfortable. We saw what happened last time they tried to get the ball to green. It just didn't go well.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear,
Observers learning from the mistakes.
Nah,
We cursed it this time. This one's on us.
this one's on us.
Bound on scoreboard. Will go down. 13 seconds required for SSG to close out round number 1. You can see Eco trying to get those seconds. Uses the power of the repulsor to push one back. And again, swatting away more like a common cold. Bound will get Septify. Numbers advantage as Eco peels one off. Ball in hands once more for SSG. Closing in on a round 1 victory.
Lined it up. Just couldn't quite convert it, but Penguin should be able to have a merry little dance around scoreboard. Will do so, and Space Station take a 1-0 lead here in map number 4. It was a hot start. Cloud9, they were able to slow down Space Station a little bit, but that was all they ever did. It was slow them down.
A hot start and slow down it. Do you mean the overkill that started?
What's going on here, Observer? Have you come on.
With Stellar Cam.
There we go. That's what we like to see. Here's the overkill coming for us now. All right, that's on us.
That's on us again.
That's on us.
That one's us.
Yeah, that's okay.
We call for that.
We did.
This is what happens when we try to lead the show.
Yeah, sorry. It's on you now.
This is why
I won't say anything anymore.
This is why they're paid the big bucks. Eco down to no shields. Speaking of big bucks, a lot of money up for grabs here. The lion's share of over $1 million.
400 grand for first place. It's funny, every time I go for like a haircut or if I take a cab ride, you know, the mundane conversations, what do you do for work?
Yep.
We get into the conversation of video games. And I will say, well, these kids, they're playing for $1 million. And it's always gobsmacked reactions at how much money can be won by these guys.
Just how often do they say, "Are you a YouTuber?"
Far too often, actually. And I have to explain, I am not a YouTuber. In fact, I'm the Gary Neville of esports. Now, only a few of you will get that reference.
Nobody wants to be a right back. 15 seconds on the board for Cloud9.
Enemy has the ball.
And some semblance of control, but as I say, only those 2 members. Nemesis will even the odds just a touch. Triton will go down elsewhere. Stellar over towards the overshield. Not putting down so much damage. Eco gets a double kill. Bounds on hand to put the final member in the grave. And now ball in hands once more for SSG, and they can start to eat away this slender lead.
Good nades from Rami. He's just waiting on this heat wave at the moment. All right, I lied. He doesn't care about it. Maybe passing it up to a new spawner.
Enemy has the ball.
And that's sometimes something, I mean, it sounds very silly, but at some points you just have to recognize that a weapon is not as important as your positioning on the map. And Rami knew full well that he had to get with his team to assist any sort of push that might come from the space station.
Holding successfully for now. Nemesis getting pressured, back green. Has help though. Gets one, Triton gets another. 3 dead for SSG. Perhaps guilty of trying to end this game a little bit too quickly and falling into the hands of Cloud9 traps. Penguin just couldn't get the repulsor play off. Overshield also in the chest of a Cloud9 member. In Triton, they have the ingredients they need here to really amount some sort of lead.
Nemesis, after doing the cha-cha slide over towards green for quite some time, finally gets shut down.
Enemy has the ball.
But he will, in the meantime, just toss that ball over towards a teammate.
Enemy has the ball.
Cloud9 just need to keep Space Station at bay here. Just try and get a good lead, but now Space Station, this is their chance to set up. Because, again, Cloud9 were over towards green. This seems to be a target for a lot of these teams against Space Station. Is like, on recharge, for example, get the ball over towards blue. Here, get it towards green so you can play it. And I think that is just fear of how well Space Station can break a setup, and then if they then steal that ball away from you in one of those prime positions, they will punish you. At least if it's in green, usually you can toss the ball off.
Enemy has the ball.
Team's always trying to get them that safety net of a play ball. It's like Dan says,
Ball
you
dropped.
give them a setup, particularly if you put the ball in an area where they can defend. You might lose the round there and then. Triton will land an all-important critical body shot onto one before ultimately meeting his demise. Penguin side is outpaced with 2 members of Cloud9. This is good. They're working in tandem. They're working with one another. And as I say that, Septify goes down, perhaps working in tandem with Triton in the death screen.
Well, what amazes me is Penguin was first to spawn. 3 of his teammates were dead. He jumps out, challenges, and gets the kill. Like that, the confidence from Space Station is oozing through their gameplay at the moment.
Enemy has the ball.
It might have been a more of a patient approach if it was against the likes of Optic or FaZe. The Space Station know they are just that caliber above Cloud9, and it really is being demonstrated here. But we still see a slender lead for Cloud9 at the moment. But Eco, he's wobbled a few wigs this game.
Enemy has the ball.
He bobs and weaves, top middle. On sandbags now. Looking out across the land.
Enemy
Can't
has
quite
the
find any
victory.
Cloud9 members. A little bit sticks out from the ball carrier and he will lose his shields.
Enemy has the ball.
Septify trying to play patient, but Eco's not going to fall for that trap and puts him away. But Cloud9 have already begun to rotate that ball and do have the option to play it if they need to. Triton over towards Dice. Will land a beautiful native defeat of Eco. That's 3 dead for a moment for SSG. And Cloud9 30 seconds away from tying us up in this game.
Enemy has the ball.
It's a good hold at tower. It's frustrating Space Station a little bit. What Cloud9 are doing well is they're just sending one player as kind of a decoy, just to distract Space Station. Say, well, you're wanting to take fights? Here, take a fight with me. All that noise then allows the rest of the Cloud9 members to just team up, shut down any sort of quarrel that might have been happening.
Enemy has the ball.
Cloud9 now 21 points away. This could be a tight game, you know.
Beautiful bait and switch from Cloud9.
Enemy team.
Nemesis
victory.
playing a massive part in it. 15 assists, 14 kills.
Enemy has the ball.
Putting down a lovely amount of damage here. And off the back of that, Cloud9 have really been able to build in this lead. All of a sudden, SSG are getting a little bit of desperation. Soaring over top middle, Rami on the steps, fights with his back to the wall. Gets one, almost locks in Penguin as well. 8 seconds required for Cloud9, but 2 members down. Rami will fall, Triton will play the ball, perfect from Cloud9.
It's close, but it's not quite there for Cloud9. Space Station still with a chance in this round, but you were right, it was getting a little bit sloppy. SSG was sending individuals one by one, like lemmings, to their demise into Cloud9.
Enemy has the ball.
This next overshield can make a difference. If Space Station can get a little bit of a setup and get the overshield, they could get the comeback, but that's a big kill. Cloud9 should be able to secure it now.
Ball down over towards open field, Triton looking to secure it. Prioritizing picking up the points over the overshield. That call's coming, it's been a good one. He now rotates back towards his own teammates to the safety of the overshield player, passes it off. 1-1 in the oddball game here. We're going to round 3 and we could be going to a game 5. SSG against Cloud9, it's starting to heat up.
Night and day difference from round 1 and 2 for Cloud9. And you have to wonder, was it just that overkill at the start of the first that just made things a difference? Look like we're going to get another one though, as perhaps they learned their lesson, did Cloud9. I imagine what happened in round number 1 was they all ate some nades from Stella. Probably didn't taste very nice. 4 dead for Cloud9 though, and it is again another quick hot fire start for SSG.
Do eat grenades as part of a balanced diet. Do not overindulge.
How many calories is in a grenade?
It has to be a minimum of 1,000.
Enemy has the ball.
That's a lot of calories. Get them down, you know, I said.
That and a drinks order, and very quickly, you're putting on some serious timber.
Ball dropped.
Stellar,
The ball.
bottom middle, patrolling and roaming with a little bit left for the overshield as it just evaporates now. Damage already been done though as they've got the ball in hand. You can see Stellar wanted that sniper rifle out of the hands of Rami, prepared to take it from his cold, dead fingers.
Ball dropped.
And SSG have the opportunity to play the ball, but instead looking to rotate it instead, waiting for Bound to pop back up off respawn. Saptify will get a kill in the feed. That would mean ball will be dropped and all members of SSG looking to fight here. But Cloud9 are in the perfect position to put down damage. But they've allowed Eco to pick up a double kill elsewhere, and that's going to mean Rami has to play a little bit slower, a little bit more passive. Bound will fall. Eco could be his latest victim as he begins to waste the ammunition, knowing his number's up.
No, Eco's still alive. 23 kills for him. We've seen a few times Eco just getting behind enemy lines, and this is also something else that sometimes gets unsaid, is that player just making sure they get the ball a little bit further away from the oncoming players, and now Penguin will scoop it up as well. Eco not worried about his stats, not worried about taking that extra death, instead very much focused on the objective.
Triton in the window, down to no shields. He's been handled. Now Stellar has ball. 40 seconds to a single solo one on the side of Cloud9. Eco waits top tower, getting audio cues the whole time, making this a very difficult push, not giving up too much territory too easily. Been hassled, been pressured. Saptify with the plasma pistol, but Eco will get the trade. Overshield will not have to worry about being zapped away. Now Bound with a little bit of freedom, a little bit of territory to run into. He can open up his legs, run towards Triton.
You can see the difference in the stats of playstyles as well. Stellar 22 and 23, 12 assists. Eco 25 kills, only 14 deaths, but only 4 assists as well. So a much slower game for Eco, a much more careful game at times. Stellar though, head first into any battle that he can see. And you do need both players on the team. You need someone who is more than happy to sit back, assist, and just help with a bit of damage from a distance, and someone who is also happy to get involved in every fight that might be on the horizon. As long as you have both and someone to support the other, then it is going to be a good recipe.
Eco appeared to be down in the fight with two members of Cloud9 in his face. Somehow, some way, with the help of a couple of plasma grenades, gets a trade. And that means Bound will get more time, as a member of Cloud9 has dropped out of the lobby. We'll have to get confirmation of what that means, but it should be a minimum of 70 seconds advantage for SSG into a replay.
Yeah, we'll let the admins make the final decision on that one, but you'd imagine
Enemy team nearing victory.
somewhere roughly around a 70-point lead. But we'll get the restart on this one soon. So we'll come back shortly with the restart with all of the rules from the admins.
And we're back. We have got rulings from the guys who wear the black and white shirts. The referees have said SSG required 30 seconds to win the round, and Cloud9 the full 100. If you're just joining us, the score was 1-1 in the round. Next round wins essentially as Eco cooks 2, 3 dead for Cloud9, and those 30 seconds that were required could very quickly become even less.
Had Septify not got that kill, it was probably guaranteed to be 30 seconds for Space Station right now. There's a small chance that Cloud9 could make a push, but Eco is holding the line with this heat wave. 20 seconds now required for SSG.
Eco gets a trade. Rami, no detonation, killing the ball carrier, slowing down the push, but 4 dead now for C9, and just like that, SSG are in the ascendancy and only require 10 more seconds. It's one more push for Cloud9. Do they have what it takes to break this, or are they willing to just give it up? The push is coming through a big door. It will not be enough though, will it? Yes! Ball falls. Rami gets a double, but will also go down. Ball in hand to Stellar, but he also will fall. Saptify has hands on ball. They cannot make any more mistakes.
Second no-scope connects. Cloud9 need to keep this odd ball away from Space Station as best as they can. We often joke and say they have to play perfect Halo, but Bound gets a double. Ball's going to reset. You need eyes on if you're Cloud9, but 3 are dead. Ball in hand. Space Station get the 30th point, and that will be solidification that they will be winning this series 3-1, and they will get their first victory here in pool play. As for Cloud9, they were able to get 1 map on the board, which I still think they should be happy with against a Space Station roster who we know how consistent they can be. But at the end of the day, it was still Space Station doing Space Station things as they secure their victory.
Pool B then, Sentinels and Luminosity, both along with Cloud9 and SSG. And that 1 map could be pivotal in any sort of tiebreaker scenario, which we have seen time and time again. But it is SSG who take a 3-1 lead and will have a 1-0 pool reflection. Looking flawless so far. We'll be right back though with some more games. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the B stream, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, as always, at the Halo World Championships. It's going to be Bravo and myself on set to take you through the next game here on Bravo. G1 versus Complexity is what the game is going to be, the series is going to be, as we are going to Pool B here once again, Andy.
Yeah, excited to be here.
Pool A, excuse me.
Excited to be here, of course. Not just providing commentary on the main stage, but it's fantastic for the teams here at 3x3 and Esports Engine to also be able to bring in commentary. And also for us, selfishly, to be able to watch some matches like this from a commentary booth. Excited to see what this one might hold, just to get you up to speed on the pool so far here. Complexity, you might have seen earlier on the main stage, lost to Optic 3-0. However, respectful games overall. G1 win over Divine Mind, unsurprisingly 3-0. And that brings us here to your G1 Complexity matchup in Pool A.
And King of the Hill are going to be where we find ourselves as far as game time. Live Fire is going to be the map we're playing on. And this is an interesting game for a number of reasons, Andy, because you would expect, I think if you watched enough Halo this season, for Optic Gaming to be topping this pool, especially after we saw their performance a little bit earlier on against Complexity with a 3-0 win. But we talk about the Cinderella run, we talk about second place in this pool and how important it could be. Well, this is the matchup that you get the feeling will decide who's going to be second place in behind Optic.
It really will. I think these teams know they need to go through each other, and I think it's what's cool about here, of course, the B stream as well, as the first point does go in for Complexity. It's a cool opportunity for these teams just to look at this matchup and see what's ahead of them. I think it's another thing that the B stream will afford us is maybe talking about the players a bit more. We don't always get to go in depth in terms of the history of the players here when we're on the main broadcast. Of course, there's a lot more to talk about when we have to stick to a little bit more of a script on the main stage. This will give us an opportunity to talk about just how much is on the line for these players on each side.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the G1 side, and this has been a group of players who have come together, maybe written off in the previous season, you know, dropped from different rosters. You know, the G1 roster initially dropping Swish. Swish now finds himself back on G1. There was a little bit of bad blood there. We know that Bone was filling in over on Native Red for a little bit, and now he finds himself here. Huss has kind of been one of the breakout younger players, and Precision, who I think is going to be a name to keep an eye on, not just for this tournament itself, but certainly for next season. I think he is the next up, so to speak, in superstars, or superstar potential, should I say, in HCS.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think Precision really is starting to find his flow and has impressed so many people this year. Of course, Mark, you and I both included, without a doubt. Nice little melee comes in there in the end for Tusk, however. Takes the overshield off, but still the kills do go the way of Complexity. They'll start progress here on your tower hill as well. I think you kind of summed it up perfectly with the side of G1. On the side of Complexity, some interesting kind of careers for these players so far as we talk through them really quickly. King Nick, of course, part of really your Halo 4 and later class, right? Comes onto the scene as a really individually talented player. I think Tusk with a lot of experience at the top level as well. Carmea, really kind of part of the class of Halo Infinite in terms of how he has found success at the very top. Yeah. Gilkey, though, really the exception here in terms of veteran play on this side. Have been lucky enough to know Gilk for a very long time, of course, playing professionally as early as Halo 3 and competing even earlier, and has been doing this for a very long time. And Gilkey's one of the few, I think, really cool success stories that found his highest success right now, right? Gilkey is, it's great to say, Gilkey, despite having competed since about 2007, has really been peaking right now in his career. He's kind of at the height of his career, and excited to see where he can go from here 2-0 in favor of Complexity, just as we say that.
Yeah, very impressive start here for Complexity, and I wonder how much shall we say, a series of preparation for Complexity is going to help them in this series as well. Optic Gaming, a stern test for anyone. We know that. They're the guys who are holding the current World Championship. My goodness, Gilkey, by the way. I don't know how you hit that, but hit it, you did. And that would have made sure coming into this series that Complexity are buttoned up, making sure they're playing to their highest potential, because they would have been tested in every facet. God, forget about it. Just watch Gilkey. Enjoy it.
Love watching.
Players who can do what Gilkey does sometimes.
Love watching Gilk play. The coolest thing about, I think, about just the way that Gilkey's kind of been on his current trajectory for several years now is really on kind of like, you know, the Halo 3 throwback tour, right? That's where everyone was like, Gilkey was a very, very good Halo player, and it kind of set him up for a really successful run through and into Halo Infinite. And he's done so well, and see what they could do here. Right now, they do find themselves losing here in this third hill, though. G1 already about halfway done. Yeah, halfway done, but the break is now coming from Complexity. It was at the cost of an overshield. Good damage coming in from King Nick, but Huss with the sidekick be able to force him out that window, and that will be the break coming through now for G1. And we talk about how getting the 2-0 lead on this map and this mode, Andy, is great, it's fantastic, but if you lose the Garage Hill and you cannot transition to the next, that overshield hill is the most difficult to break, without a doubt. You've got to work your way from so far away, you've got to work your way into height as well on those contests, and it's
very often that we see a 2-0 lead become a 2-2 all of a sudden in the game. So Complexity, even though they've done a lot of heavy lifting early on here, have got to be careful, and even burning time on this hill is effective for them.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to be very proud of that push there. Precision tried to make something happen. They're just standing alive on scoreboard. Eventually gets taken down. Complexity makes sure to get a clean 2 dead wipe, which is going to actually give them in just a moment potentially a lead here in this hill as well. Not just control that we were talking about, but maybe even your 3rd hill.
Yeah, this could be the last push here for G1, and it's going to be kills being traded out either side, but there's King Nick with 1. That's 3 dead for G1, and this is going to be a complete flip of the hill in favor of Complexity, and now they can transition comfortably. You can see Gilkey's already made a really heads-up veteran play, rotating towards the tower, setting up for this next hill, knowing every spawn that was coming in for G1 over at green, and this is complete control. They've broken through momentarily here, G1 on the side of Garage, taking down Tusk, but you can see that Gilkey has top mid locked down, he has the respawns at green locked down, and he's got a great position to assist teammates as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, he's consistently checking as well in Nest. Look at the perfect timing. He checks Nest. He didn't see anyone just now. Eventually, he might get taken down in this 2v1. He does get flushed out, but like you said, really heads-up play on the timing. It's also earned them just about 40% of your 4th hill.
Yeah, and now Complexity is still going to be in a position to challenge as well, as Tusk kept himself alive for a few extra seconds, but that's a really important kill there from Precision. We always highlight the importance of finding a last player alive, because not only if he gets away, you've got to think about where do the respawns coming in. If you lose track of where that player is, he becomes a flanker. He becomes a player that is going to be able to play off of the back of knowing the respawner's path and how they're going to get towards this hill. So G1 did a really good job actually of breaking this hill. And at the same time, you can say maybe Complexity a little bit disappointed they haven't been able to close the game out here. Overshield is ready to be popped here by Swish as well. This is going to be G1's 1st hill.
Yeah, nice little late Obi, as you said. G1 on the board, and they do it very quickly. Most importantly, right, still 2:57 left on the game clock, which is an eternity. However, 3 dead at the same time. Very fortunate kill timings coming in for Complexity. Very unfortunate for Swish, because his overshield is essentially going to be neutralized. It's already at 30%. He's already lost all his teammates. It's a really good OV melt from Complexity.
Yeah, and Complexity not overextending for this kill as well. They know he's last alive. They know he has OV. A couple of shots is good enough. Just keep him at bay, and you know by him being alive where the spawners are going to come in as well, right? They're going to be close. They're going to be scoreboard. They're going to be garage because of the position that he found himself in. So Complexity playing this one very, very comfortably, very experienced, you would say, in their decision making. And now Tusk has got sniper rifle up on tower, and locking down top middle as Gilkey sits in hill.
Yeah, look at this perfect teamwork here. And like you said, I'm so impressed with the patience there. I don't think you can really overstate the importance of not overextending that kill on cuts, because it'd be tempting, right? You've got 3 dead and overshield cuts. It'd be tempted to collapse on it. Instead, they let G1 come to them and make the mistakes. It's really nice stuff on Complexity. They do find themselves 3 dead, though. Tusk is your last player alive.
Yeah, good damage from Tusk there with the sniper rifle, but not quite able to hit the heads that may have been able to close this game out for Complexity, but enough to at least allow Complexity a bit of space to move up the map here off of spawn. So that was important.
Oh my.
That one's pretty clean though from Tusk. Nice lineup on the no-scope. It's killing spree for him.
And then it's clicking heads. It just peeks around the corner, lines it up perfectly, finds a body, and to be honest, the nice little repulse from Bohm almost takes it down, but in the end the kill's cleaned up. So this will be an opportunity. 2nd hill, though, very quickly goes for G1. They steal that out. And just like that, unsurprisingly, in only 15 seconds of game clock, as we often see on that transition, only 15 seconds of game clock, we now have a 2-3 game, 2:42 left. Complexity wants and needs to, if we're honest, close it here.
And they do indeed. 2 dead hit for G1 as well. Overshield popping up at this moment too. Precision looks like he's last alive for G1. So Precision, even though he gets 1, might be struggling to contest this overshield, and you can see Bohm off respawn now flying towards the hill. It's almost 50% of the hill, I would say exactly 50% of the hill went to Complexity, but the overshield, we've got to question where that is, because if it's gone in the hands of Complexity, which it has, you can just see it in the hands of King Nick, then you would expect them to be able to break this hill pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I think you and I are thinking the same thing. The second we saw that composition of players coming across sandbags, Bohm going to go for a dip. Little mind the gap comes in, 4 dead for G1, and you can just watch the bottom of your screen tick. This will be the game.
Yeah, you would imagine so. Swish is going to be the only player who can really maybe flush a player out, but Repulse inside of the hill itself makes that almost impossible. Complexity closed things out, even though G1 made a little bit of a late rally there, 4-2, and Complexity looked pretty comfortable. And I want to actually take a second to talk about how Complexity seem to be playing with a little bit. I would say they've slowed the pace down slightly, so they play with each other a little bit more. You look at the makeup of that team, and we were very critical of a few players on the team. We were talking about Nick, we were talking about Carmea. Insane players, but at the highest level, you cannot make a 2v1 work even if you hit every bullet, right? Because the other players can shoot just as well as you can. So I love the pace at which they're playing at. They're waiting for each other extremely well. They're understanding if they don't have an advantage, it's more important to survive until you have some assistance come back on that map. And I got to say, that was a very impressive performance from Complexity, especially against a team that puts you under such pressure like G1.
Truly, I couldn't agree more. Also, really impressive stats coming in terms of kills overall from Tusk, King Nick, and Karmea, right? 20-11, 16-11, and 14-8. Big numbers that come in the end for them. Of course, that will lead to 4-2. I think the best example of the timing that you were talking about and the patience is definitely that last player alive being in the cuts with the overshield, right? A lot of less experienced teams would be tempted to continue to push that. Instead, I think you called it perfectly. They did not overextend on it. They let the damage come to them, and they dealt it. And I think that plays like that, as well as clutching up on that A-Hill, of course, was absolutely important. 4-2 is your final score. Complexity takes it easy.
Well, next map up is going to be Recharge Slayer, so maybe a little bit more of a slower pace game type, and with how we've just seen Complexity play, it might actually favour them. We saw some really good shots coming in from Gilkey as well with that sniper rifle. Tusk gets some really nice ones towards the end, and we know how this game is based around the shock and camo at this point. It's either you have the shock and you're looking for picks, or you're waiting for that camo to come up unless you get numbers. So I think Complexity, with the pace they were just playing at, I think if they can keep that up, then they're going to be pretty comfortable in this next game.
That's right. That's the question. All of that and much more coming up in just a bit. Recharge Slayer coming up next. We'll see you in just a moment.
welcome back, you beautiful Halo fans, wherever you are across this beautiful globe we find ourselves on, spinning through time and space. Anyway, back to this game, G1 versus Complexity. Complexity with a 1-0 lead in this series as we move on to Slayer. On recharge is our game number 2.
It's wild to think about what the world might be like in 25-53. Apparently, based off of current estimates, it looks like this. What's on your screen right here? 3-1 in favor of Complexity. Nice little win there from Bohm as he's going to just escape around the corner and bring things even a little bit closer. Now back into kind of the storylines we were talking about of the flow of this series so far, Mark. It feels like Complexity, based off of their Game 1 composure, might be poised to take this game if they could play the same exact game they did in Game number 1.
Yeah, I think it plays into their hands if, like you mentioned, and it's a big if, they can play at the pace like you mentioned that they did in that Game number 1. Very, very patient in the way they waited for each other, didn't get carried away or flustered with any situations.
Oh my...
Husk gets lucky that he has a repulse, is all I'm saying there, because it worked. And it got him out of a sticky situation, but I think the bigger story in this situation, Tusk does have that shock rifle, so they have the precision one-shot weapon, and Complexity with that could control the pace of this game.
Wow. Pretty impressed with that play there. It's a nice little, as you say, a missed stick and just creating something out of nothing with the repulse. An absolutely beautiful execution, made it look easy. 6-3 in favor of Complexity off of the opening, and they're kind of picking up where they left off in terms of slow, patient gameplay. Here comes the push at gold, though.
Yeah, Nick can find a couple of easy kills here. G1 trading them out, so Complexity now find themselves 3 dead. They have lost that shock rifle. It was notable that that Tusk.
That is tough,
yeah, this really should be run past this before a series.
That's not okay.
Drop the shock rifle for Karmea, who obviously is going to be given that responsibility and the expectation to hit those shots, but forget about hitting shots for now. It's all about the camouflage. It's just popping now. It's on the map now, everyone.
Well timed there. See how this plays out. It's 1 dead for each side, so it's about to be an absolute mosh pit. Bottom middle, this is a big 1v1. Huss trades out with Gilkey in the end. Camo is still up.
Still there. Kind of threw myself off at the start of this cast by talking about traveling through space and time on a rock and all that, because now my brain is working in a way where that's kind of all I'm focused on.
I was going to say, the cosmic perspective that you provided at the beginning of this game is quite interesting, because I think we're all kind of thinking about how we're finally, it's a late camo grab that comes in. Triple
okay,
kill.
I'm back, I'm locked in. Sold.
Love that from
all
Swish.
All I needed was just a triple kill coming in from Swish. The camo pickup as well off the back of it, and now we find ourselves at 15-12 with G1 with the goodies to work with, and all of Complexity spawning over at the elevator.
Yeah, huge play here from Swish. Also huge intel. He's 6-3 here. He's already going to get 2 back-to-back assists. That's 17-14 now. Finds the last player on pizza. Call him the delivery man. He picks up a killing spree.
Huss, once again, with the repulse. This time he's using it to smash Gilkey into a paste. Swish will find himself a shock rifle, and we mentioned how Complexity got the first hands on it. They're grubby mitts, and now it's going to be G1 who have it. But you can see the Swish in a bit of a difficult situation. Misses that shot. It's the body, but Karmea.
Wow,
oh my God,
Karmea?
just snapped his thumb sideways, and the man's double jointed if he can slide like that.
He went like Mr. Fantastic there. Just kind of starts to bend the shape of his armor. And pretty wild to watch that, to be honest. As funny as we might be making it seem, it's pretty wild to watch that from kind of the receiving POV.
Oh my.
Just because it was a pretty hefty juke there, he's able to just hit that drop and pick up the kill on batteries. To show that, it's 21-20.
Yeah, Karmea just turning this game on its head. Shock rifle has been effective for them. Manages to escape onto pipes as well. Going to try and support his teammates. Precision just about gets away with things there. Damage coming in. Swish kind of slows things down for just a second, but the pace is being picked up here by both sides. And I think that momentarily favors G1 because Gilkey.
If Gilkey had bullets, let me tell you, he would have used them. 2 dead for both sides. 26-24. Bohm's your last player on the double stack. Should be cleaned up. Is. And just like that, 1 kill game.
I was about to mention before Gilkey started just throwing hands.
Yep.
The pace of the game picking up is what G1 want to do, right? Because they like it when it gets a bit messy. They like it when they can stagger spawns, put you under pressure. But Complexity, if they play at the right pace and if they can kind of play around each other's positioning, they can catch G1 off. But the more that pace starts to pick up, you do favor G1, the scrappier the game does get. But here's Karmea on that flank once more.
Absolutely. G1's kind of like your fun uncle that likes to party a bit too much. Is 3 dead for Complexity.
Funkle?
Complexity? What's that?
The Funkle?
Oh, yeah, a Funkle. Kind of like the fun uncle that has a little bit too much fun on the weekends, likes it to be rowdy, Complexity a little more grandfatherly, right? Likes a leather
gonna
chair,
say.
likes a setup.
Complexity more the Funkel's employer who has him turn up on a Monday morning.
Exactly.
wondering,
They're not
did you really have to do that?
not as thrilled about it.
No.
Not as thrilled about it. G1 wants to find the scraps. Complexity would like to find order through the chaos. We'll see which one will prevail here in our game number 2.
2 dead here for G1. All of a sudden, Complexity starts to claw back that lead, but then the trades come in almost immediately, and the pace is consistent between the two teams. And Kamea, maybe a bit of an overzealous push in that situation. That's what I worry about sometimes with Complexity, right? And the likes of Kamea, he can look brilliant in one play, and then the next he gives away a death that can kind of contribute to 2 or 3 for the rest of his team. It's about limiting or maybe regulating the risk in certain situations for them.
It's the same with the fun uncle, right? It's all fun and games while he's pulling off impressive tricks in the back room. Once has a few too many drinks, it's not really as funny anymore towards the end of the evening.
I want to meet your uncle. As weird as that sounds, because it sounds like you got a first-hand experience.
We've got
with
a few.
fun uncle.
We've got a few. 36-33 now in favor of G1, as they have looked very good in the late game. However, still a lot to close out. 5:55 left on the clock.
3 kills between the two teams. Complexity need to try and bring this back. The only problem for them is G1 did get away with that shock rifle. You saw it pop up in the kill feed for just a few seconds. I think it was Swish who got away with it. Precision having a little bit of fun with the needles as well, just sticking them into the skin and the armor of Tusk. But the game now starting to slow down because, as you would expect, with the lead, you don't really have to do much when you have that shock in your hand. Swish hit another nice shot onto Gilkey, and now you can see G1 thinking about pushing.
Opportunity was there. They also get another kill. Camo will dissipate, but not.
Hello.
Oh, boy. Nice little work there. Gilkey is your last player alive for Complexity, and just like that, the series, to be honest, has been turned on its head. It is now a 6-kill lead for G1 in the home stretch.
Yeah, Gilkey's last alive got 2 there, though, so all of a sudden it's so important to do that, to keep it close in those situations. This 1v1 can be really important here, and King Nick comes out on top.
Been impressed with Nick so far. Big numbers in game number 1. And now a play like that in pipes to keep his team in it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what your numbers are at the end of the game as long as you're winning. And even though he's 6-13 at the moment, that kill could be the pivotal one, right? That's the one that swings momentum back and makes this a one team-wipe game between G1 and Complexity. And to put it into a little bit more perspective, if Complexity take this game, it's 1 game away from winning the series, right? If G1 win it, then we might be here for the long haul. So next kill, very important for both teams. If you get that pick, you have the chance, if you're Complexity, to tie the game up. If you're G1, maybe to look to win it.
You bring up a great point. The meme is not how many kills did you get last game, son. It's are you winning, son, right? All Dad cares about at the end of the day is if you're taking home the dubs upstairs in the bedroom. 42-38, 4 kills separating the two. 4 minutes left, and as you said, Mark, things slowing down big time here as both teams know what's on the line.
Well, Complexity will be hoping that this is where the magic happens for them. The push comes in on the pipes. It's such an aggressive one from Swish, and he gets that kill. Precision picks up a second one, and like we said, the first kill was going to be everything. And might be everything in this game. Bone picks up another one. Now you're seeing the respawn start to come in on the long haul, and Complexity couldn't take their chance, their opportunity, and with the shock in the hands of Huss, you would expect with a 5-kill advantage here for Complexity to struggle to turn this into a 2-0 lead.
I think you were so right to point out the confidence of that pipes push because you're going up, ooh boy, up against a plasma pistol player. It's right. It's not easily a battle that you're going to take every single time. However, the confidence and the timing of the G1 push has paid off for them. Now they're only 4 kills away.
4 kills away, but Nick is a little bit unfortunate there to double back into that grenade. G1 find themselves 3 dead here, Andy, and we're back to a 3-kill game. So G1, even though they had everything in their hands, might be thinking that they need some gloves with a little bit of, shall we say, sticky stuff on them to make sure that they can hold on to this lead.
Next kill's enormous. Does this become a 4 kills separating the two, or does this game come within 2? I think both teams know that. You could tell by the pace, as we said, once again slows down. 2:57 left, 3 kills separating them.
Huss is playing a really sneaky angle here. Bowman's going to drop on middle, and that might give a little opportunity for a pick. Huss does get the kill, though, and maybe it was bait. Huss actually comes out with 2. And I mentioned that position he was in. Now Huss creates an opportunity for 3 different kills. And off the back of it, G1 do tie up this series. It's a 50-45 scoreline, but hey, we always talk about the plays that you don't see on the stat screen sometimes. Bone drops bottom middle, almost baits himself out for Huss to get those 2 kills, contribute to a 3rd, and of course win the game in the end.
A really good push, and like you said, the fact that we got to see both those kills in the feed from Huss, and then you also talk about the piggyback damage on the 50th kill. Think about that. This is a 50-45. That's him not only picking up 2 and instrumental in the 3rd. If he doesn't do that, right, who knows where this scoreline goes. As we said, it could have just been 2 kills separating the 2 had it gone differently. So big shout out to G1 for bouncing back in this series. Let's not forget, they were also trailing for the majority of the game up until the midpoint. So G1 bounces back in a big way. They tied the series 1-1.
Well, 1-1 is where we find ourselves, and as we take a look at the damage, we're just going to step away for a few moments while game number 3 gets set up in the background. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody. G1 versus Complexity still on your screens here on the Bravo stream, and we find ourselves tied up at 1-1, Andy, as we head into game number 3.
Super excited here. Been a great series so far. I think G1 Complexity, we knew this was one could not only be a tight one, but the fact that how much it would mean for these two teams, as we talked about earlier on, just in case you didn't catch it, these two teams knowing they have to go through one another, they've got pretty consistent standings amongst the top 8, top 12 throughout the past year of competitive Halo. There's a lot to play for here, and therefore no surprise to see them tied 1-1.
If you ever wanted to bait a Halo fan out of hiding, all you have to whisper is Aqua Flag, and they will appear, and that's where we find ourselves here in game number 3, the perfect game type to separate two teams who are almost inseparable when it comes to placings and performance so far this season. But early flag pool does come in, but falls down bottom middle, so a little bit of a scrappy pool coming in here from Complexity.
Yeah, definitely. Nick not able to hit the drop slide off of the block, which I think changes that run. It probably gets through all the way if he hits the drop slide off of that. He's unable to do so, so it's going to take what will feel like comparatively forever to get through bottom middle, and he'll pay the price and the toll. One dead for each side. Flag still running, though.
Yeah, this is scrappy. This is so scrappy, and I think every single player on Complexity has touched this flag numerous times, but at the end of the day, it's back in the base, and if they wait for their shields, there's 2 dead here for G1. And that's going to be the first flag. Not sure that should have been allowed to happen, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah.
It's miscommunication. It's someone isn't doing something right there for that flag to be rallied back that many times.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. In the end, from Complexity, the fact that goes in, I agree. I have to see it from the G1 POVs to understand exactly what Complexity did, but they also must have picked up 1 or 2 kills that were pivotal. Carmea also with it perfectly timing to just get enough shields to hit some wild alley-oop backside 360 flag cap. 1-0 in favor of Complexity.
3 dead here for Complexity, though, and a little bit more of a, shall we say, a traditional run available. Precision can't get it out of the front of the window, though, before Tusk took him down. And Tusk was last player alive in the back of that base, and now Tusk is putting damage onto Huss. And do you know what? We need to talk about this.
Talk to me. We got time.
It's a problem, dude.
I was actually impressed with how
change his name.
I don't know if we have the power. Do we?
We're the only ones that people can hear right now. We can do whatever we want.
Oh gosh. It's a scary world. Scary world to think about. 1-on-1 Gilkin precision right now on the map. Gilkin wins it.
So still just that 1 flag separating the 2 teams. And we have to say Complexity, apart from that 1 flag, it kind of been stifled inside of their base. But finally, you're going to see 1 player escape in. That's going to be Big Daddy Gilk, who picks up a nice double kill. But this is going to be challenging, and we'll be able to trade him out. But now you're seeing Complexity start to get past that halfway mark on the map. The QT is up as well. It's just been scooped up by a Complexity player top middle. Tusk surprise, surprise, Precision knows that Halloween is just around the corner and gives him a little bit of a spook.
See what Precision can do with this heat wave as well. Kind of teases the re for a second, but has a feeling that flag's going to go back on its own. Actually jumps the re. Now it should definitely go. No one's there. 3 dead for the side of G1. By the way, got to give a shout out once again to Nick. He didn't have the strongest game too. However, here he is 11 and 5 at the open.
Yeah, very impressive from him so far. Interesting to see with him at 11 and 5 and Gilkey with 10 kills that Kamea has 1 and Tusk has 1 as well. So they're the ones laying down the damage, and I think it's being cleaned up by the fellow Complexity players. But speaking of cleanups, there's one more player to deal with, Swish. They know where he is. He's taking damage already as Kamea. He's going to take him down to no shields. Everyone else within the death screen, but Complexity got to be careful here. Respawns are going to be coming in, and they didn't pick up a huge amount of slates on their way back.
Yeah, I love Kamea staying alive there. That's important. Kills are traded. G1 gets 2. Depends on where they get the 2, though. They get them at a pretty important spot in the high gen. Flag still down here. Bottom mid.
Yeah, Kamea is going to be shepherding this one back, though, with a heat wave. You can see one player from Complexity's got that touch. Nobody is overextending, but Kamea has let 2 players just slip through the net here, so he's got to be careful, got to get these kills. If he does secure them, then that's going to be another flag going in, and oh yeah, is completely right.
Oh yeah, love that from Kamea. 3 dead though. Gilkey's your last player alive. Let's see what he could do to prevent the counter. Right now, just a little bit of damage and pushing up. I think that's probably the best thing he could do. Taking a lot of damage. We'll see if he could do something with the Dynamos.
Yeah, just takes the attention away for a few moments as well. If Gilk stays alive for 5-6 seconds here, then everyone else can get out. However, G1 do a great job of locating him, making sure he is shut down as quickly as possible, and keeping that pressure now on the Complexity base. Precision top middle here. Precision by name. Let's see how the shots are looking.
Right now, it's looking good. 2 dead. Already looking for King Nick here. Gets melted in the cord. Gilkey's your last player alive. I don't know if we have eyes on him just yet. I don't think he was a spawner. There he is. I knew he was somewhere sneaky. Look at him. Look at the pull too.
Gilkey, man. It's G1 and bad comms. That's all you can say here. He gets 2 in that position, and G1, who should have a guaranteed flag on the board. They were so clean on the first 3 kills. Let Gilkey escape. Don't come back with that flag. Do not locate him, and now they're thinking about a counter pull.
2 dead here. What are the last 2 G1 players? Are they in position? Flag is now going to be on both sides, and as you said, it will be a flag standoff because, you know what's funny on the timing? I had a 6th sense, as I'm sure you did, and many viewers did as well. Gilkey was a foot. He was not a spawner, and it's just perfectly timed nade. Gets the kill in a must-kill scenario. Also gets the flag pull so perfectly to allow this to now get into a flag standoff. And at 2-0, this is a good place. Complexity's going to be happy with this, right? Yeah. Take the time off the clock. Obviously, they want this flag as well. But overall, this is good signs, and it's a nice last stand from Gilkey.
Ooh, good shots coming in from Nick as well. Pressure coming in from G1 has been held off. 2 dead. Now you can take mid-map. King Nick's going to be the player who is given the responsibility to get that flag touch and then move forward. Huss picks up those dynamos, though, and do you know what one of my happiest days in Halo Infinite was? When the dynamos got nerfed. Because
big day.
Were those things big.
Big day for all of us. Nick gets clipped around the corner. He'll be the first to fall here. 3v3.
He gets that dynamo down onto P1. Then all of a sudden, that's probably a flag return coming in. But G1 keep the pressure on. Huss keeps his composure. And G1 will manage to get that flag return. There's nobody there from Complexity. This time, Gilkey's in the death screen. And that will be the flag going in here for G1. It's a 1-flag game.
Sets us up for a very exciting late game here. If you're a neutral fan maybe in this series and you just want to see which team is going to edge it out, well, you're going to be very happy with that. Instead of being 3-0 Complexity, it's instead 2-1 in a game, series, it's 1-1. 1 flag separating the 2 with 5:33 left.
Ooh, Nick just didn't quite have the time in there. If he was like a second earlier, he gets that back smack, and it might be Complexity pressurizing the G1 base, but G1 flush him out, and now Huss is looking for this final kill once again to put all of Complexity on staggered spawns. Complexity just trapped in the base at the moment. Gilkey's trying to work his way out on the pink side just to get a little bit of height, but great damage coming in here from Huss. Can't quite clean that kill up, but look at the damage he's doing. That's 3 or 4 different plays he put damage into.
Really interesting there. Play from Kamea. He goes forward when his teammates are spawning in the gen behind him. Even though he gets isolated and it allows an opportunity for G1 to push on the man advantage, they aren't able to really in the end, and Complexity just holds really strong.
Really good hold from Complexity. You have to say defensively they've been pretty good. The only time that they, of course, did fail it was on the flag standoff, and the heat wave was the difference maker in that situation. Tusk and Gilk pick up a couple of kills, and off the back of it, look at Kamea. He's got behind enemy lines again, and I have to say that's not the first time we've seen one player slip through a setup and slip through the comms of G1, and it's cost them not just 1 flag cap here, but maybe even 2. Kamea seized the opportunity to run that flag perfectly in time with the kills that were picked up by his teammates, and now Complexity find themselves with that 2 flag cushion restore.
Also, look at the escort. You noticed how for a split second you might have thought, and you'd be forgiven if so, you might have thought Kamea flag fumbled. But Gilkey was with him, and because Kamea has half shield, Gilkey tells him, drop flag, I got the cap, and that brings the 3rd flag in. Really good escort as well on the way home.
Yeah, one concern for me here for G1 though is, like I mentioned in that little play there, is the communication, right? Because someone every time for Complexity's managed to slip through here, whether it's the first spawner who got out that they didn't manage to find back, and whether it was just there, a couple of kills went down and Kamea was behind, overextended, already pulling that flag. And maybe Kamea is going to be able to alley-oop this one up, but the QT sets him up maybe to pick up the kills required on his side of the map to escort this one home. 2 players fly forward though, the QT is still, he gets the touch! He gets the touch, he keeps it alive!
Wow, beautifully done there with that QT. Pretty unconventional play. A specific scenario, that flag is going to go back. There we go for a second.
Okay?
I don't know. I don't know if the flag was okay. It didn't really go back exactly when it was supposed to. It resulted in huge vocal embarrassment for me.
You'll recover. You've said worse. Maybe not on broadcast.
I've said much worse. Somehow still here.
Complexity trying to just close this game out. Like, 2 kills do go in their favor once more.
Sorry about that, by the way. The still here part.
Oh, someone clip it.
A huge apology to the entire Halo community.
Oh, don't
somehow.
apologize for anything. It was beautiful, man.
No, I mean for the past 2 decades.
All right, okay. Now's not the time. I think you have to. I think you do
That's a written apology.
Yeah.
Not going to get away with that.
Gilkey. 22 and 20 in this game. Once again, how many impact you would expect from a player of experience. And these kind of games, these kind of situations, these kind of series, experience can really lend a hand to a team to come through them, right? We were talking about how some of the players maybe aren't as experienced on the main stage as others, and you look at the likes of Kamea, you look at like Precision, Huss on the other side. When you do have that one player who's been there, done it before, seen every situation you can imagine in Halo, then it can just kind of get you through those tough moments.
Absolutely true, especially on like flag standoffs, right? When you have these split-second plays where you need to know exactly what you need to do without too much time to plan it out with the team and without, honestly, too much time to even make the comms, it can be dicey. Tusk is your last player alive and somehow gets the kills that he needs to on the return. That was a must-win scenario. Tusk results in the last player alive on the map to make sure that the flag doesn't go. He'll get the return, and with 1:45 left at 3-1, that's a huge play.
I've got to say, this has been a pretty scrappy game, and most of the flag caps have been pretty, I would say, non-traditional, right? You saw the Kamea run where he was kind of running it based upon his teammates' kills, having overextended. You're seeing the counter cap that was run after Gilkey managed to sneak behind enemy lines, and the G1 one as well. There's multiple players touching that on the way back, and of course the first Complexity flag cap. I think every player touched it about 3 or 4 times, including G1 trying to return it. So nobody having full map control at any point in this game. It's just been consistent pressure and touches on that flag, and now you're going to see G1 try and keep that pressure up. The only problem is no bullets to play with, but Precision decides the battle rifle has got enough in to finish that kill.
Gilkey was last player alive. That flag should continue. It's also going to continue to be fridge spawns as well, especially if they kill Gilkey. Now they're just going to isolate the window as well as car 1. The flag actually stops, though. The run does not continue.
Kamea gets a double as well, and Kamea just
my
shuts it
Kamea.
down. Stays alive long enough as well with that beautiful thrust to let Nick back into the action, and with 45 seconds left here, Andy, it gives us time, I was going to say, to discuss what we had a few moments ago, but maybe we'll just leave that one.
Yeah, probably the best. That was a sequence from Kamea. I don't understand exactly,
really
we didn't see it on the POV, exactly why that flag wasn't moving faster. Gilkey was your last player alive, a fridge spawner, and they even kill him on the court. And Kamea off of the spawn gets a double and is instrumental in the third as well. It's a fantastic sequence. That keeps the game at 3-1, 20 seconds left.
20 seconds left. Flag is out, but it's going to be returned almost immediately. Precision gets taken down by Kamea as well, and I think the danger man on G1 for me is Precision. He's 27 and 20 in this game. Doesn't have the most assists in the game, but if you're out shooting him in this situation, and it's especially out shooting a dead body like Kamea is just there, you're going to be feeling good. Complexity go up 2-1 in the series, and are looking pretty strong on these objective game types.
Yeah, really impressive there. Even some extra body shots, which we always don't get on the featured station, but sending a message across the stage, and is it going to come back to bite them? They're up 2-1, only 1 game away from closing it out.
I'm always a fan of doing that as the series is about, if you're about to win the series.
Yeah, just at the end, when it's mathematically impossible.
You can't lose if you do it, man.
Exactly.
Anyway, we're going to have to see if that does come back to bite them as we wait for game number 4 to kick off, Andy. Comes after 3 every single time. Should know that by now, but please join us in just a few moments. Welcome back, everybody, to what could be the deciding game here in a pool. A clash between G1 and Complexity. Complexity looking very good in that Aquarius capture the flag. Wasn't Slayer. But it was a scrappy game, Andy, and now we're in Stronghold, so we're maybe going to see a little bit more scrappy play once again.
Might be deciding, always exciting. Double kill here from Bohm. He's also got the QT set, and he gets the help from Swish, who always 5s. 4s in this case, 3 dead.
Bohm with the sniper in his hands this time. And only control B and C, so that's going to be bottom mid and this sniper hill for G1. And this is a map that I think G1 are very good at. One of their favorites. Certainly can push the pace in this situation. And with the QT down and a couple of kills in their favor, Complexity find themselves on the back foot and G1 completely in control.
Love this play from Bohm. Even just like that, just the fact that the QT lets you check angles that fast, I don't think still even now at this point in Infinite, people are maximizing, or rather min-maxing, what the QT can offer in terms of angle checking, especially against things like spawners like you just saw from Bohm. So even though it didn't result in some crazy sequence, just love to see that from Bohm. It just tells you that they're really firing on all cylinders and putting all the pieces together. They're already up 41-0.
Do it again. Challenge him. Go on. I was going to call him a Giga Chad, but he's just a Chad. But I respect it. Respect that challenge. Needs to do so. Was in a good position to do that damage. And now you're going to see G1 trying to protect bottom middle, but all the Complexity are flooding through now. And timing not quite there for G1 to stop it. So A and B will be held as Tusk picked up yet another kill. And G1 find themselves in the respawn screen for a few minutes.
Yeah, it was a momentary 1v1. It was a nice play from Tusk to make sure he killed Swish. That's going to now put them on the board for just a bit. And honestly, they needed it.
Wow.
Nice shots as well from Tusk. It's not an easy angle to fight from. The double, maybe more.
Just a conveyor belt of G1 players in front of him there. Just slowly moving towards him. That's to take 2 down, do damage to more, but G1 just trapped on that respawn down on S1. Such a tough position to be on Stronghold if you are spawning there. You're almost forced to get back on the map as quickly as possible to take engagements, but knowing you're going up in a straight line is so easy to be picked off. G1 find themselves on the back of a response, you would say, here from Complexity after they took that bottom mid hill, and it's turned now into a lead for them, and triple cap as well.
Look at that, just like that. 40-0, and now 58-42. This is what a trip cap can do, and even more importantly, this is what a team that's firing on all cylinders and on the same page can do. Look at this angle. This is the angle you want from Tusk here to just be an absolute nuisance at A. Eventually, he's taken down on the flank. It's a really good team shot that comes in from the G1 work. However, 77-42 off the back of those plays from Complexity.
Yeah, Complexity giving up C for A here as well. And like I mentioned, it's a smart idea to do because you know you can trap them here. They've got to go up that snipe lift, or they've got to extend down towards the hotel on the truck. Ah, man. Tell me the bandit's not going to be fun. I dare you.
Beautiful shots there.
I'll fight you.
Coming in from Nick, he's 8-6 off the opening, second most kills on the team, and also in the game at this stage. A will be flipped, but that's still Complexity scoring here on BC. They lead 106-42 now, and quite an impressive run to say the very least.
A huge run from them. Really, really impressive. Completely turned this game on its head. Nick did a really good job just to play his life for a few seconds, but Huss doesn't need a second opportunity. Ooh, see that? I think I've seen that.
Sounded like
some sort of music video.
Sounded like someone punting a beach ball.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Don't you think?
Yes. Oh!
Wow.
Gilkey looking silky. Bottom middle right now as Complexity do hold on to B. That was a bit of a scrappy battle for B, as sometimes it can be, and then you see a team transition off the back of that capture towards somewhere else. But G1 now trapped all in the yard, trying to rotate back to A to protect it before they try and get a bit of positioning on the map to do some damage. But Gilk with his sniper rifle here at C over at the snipe side, and you usually get some pretty good fun stuff happening.
G1 gets the first kill. Oh boy, answered back right away, and now things just like that fall in favor.
Fun stuff.
Of Complexity for a second. This next kill's big though, and it will go the way of G1.
Well, G1 did a really good job there of flooding. You know, Gilkey had to hit some really difficult shots, and even though he's in a great position, hitting those shots is very high skill to do so. And, well, told you Gilkey's fun when he's got this weapon. He's playing these angles.
Precision had himself like completely in a pretzel as well, and somehow Gilkey still finds the head. One dead for each side. 170-44 now. Complexity's run still continuing. That was 3 dead. Precision your last player, and Nick hits the shots.
Nick really shooting well. 12-8 in this game as well. One of a few really important battles. We saw one with that bandit. Swish going to be challenging. Swish does always 5. Also cheats in VR battles with a grenade, but he does win the fight.
I gotta say, it's early to say this, but King Nick is looking the best we've seen in a long time. Trip cap here for Complexity. King Nick, I would say so far, this is one of the most impressive openings to a series, and openings to a weekend I've seen in a long time from him. You got to wonder, maybe he's put in just extra work here for the Halo World Championships. He's 13-9.
I think he's just found the pacing of the team, right? And whether it's other people speeding up to play how he wants to play, or whether it's him just slowing down a little bit and waiting for that resistance and waiting for those shields for a few more seconds, it's meaning that he's at 14 and 10 at the moment. It's also meaning Complexity get the job done. A dominating victory on a map where G1 have had success. 250 to 44, Andy. That is a no questions asked kind of performance from them.
It really was. Really impressed what we saw there. And I think, honestly, I don't think any of us expected the game to be that fast in terms of how this series has gone. Pretty back and forth. And each game really had kind of a beginning, middle, and end. And you felt like there was a real tug of war in each game type. Your one exception is going to be Strongholds on Solitude. That's going to be 250, as you say, to 44. Complexity taking that game handily and making a little bit of a statement there at the end.
Yeah, important for Complexity as well. We mentioned how this game is probably going to be the battle for second place unless G1 can pull off something crazy against Optic a little bit later on. But with the way the Complexity played in that, I think they'll be very happy with their poor play performance. Optic, tough series. We always know it's going to be for anyone, but some close games there. A pretty dominant victory over G1 here in Divine Mind. You would say they should be able to push aside if they're playing at that level, Andy. So Complexity looking pretty good here in pools.
Yeah, excited to see what they might be able to do for the rest of the event. Of course, still a lot of pool play for both these teams and a whole lot of weekend to Halo. Stay tuned to not just this stream, but of course all streams throughout the weekend. We got plenty more Halo World Championship coming up in just a bit.
right, hello everyone and welcome to the B stream here. You got Golden Boy and Walshy on the call, and we got ourselves a native civil war as it's native white versus native red here in Pool C, which has been a bit, we've been covering every Pool C game. We're the Pool C casters.
We know everything that's happened. We've seen all 10 games in Pool C, and we're about to see the last 3 to 5 games in Pool C. This also is a really interesting scenario because we kind of have this little rock, paper, scissors thing.
Yeah.
We had Native White beating Shopify Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion beating Native Red.
Yeah.
And now we have Native Red taking on Native White. And if we're going by history, Native Red have been historically the better roster.
Yeah, and it's a great opportunity here for Native White to really establish themselves as the A team in the Native organization, even though I know the Native guys quite well. They don't really view their teams in that capacity whatsoever. You know, there's still a little bit of that ego, if you will, to just be the best squad. And oh my word, Talik around the corner with a nice quick scope shot onto Mikwin. And the challenge coming around the corner too. Would have liked to have seen a player come around on Needles and challenge that player quicker, but hey, it didn't work out for them. Instead though, Talik, he's going back into the well again to see if he can pick this player off. He does have a teammate there for support, pushing inside of the shoddy area. That's going to be Collect, but Collect is still alive, bro.
How did Collect finish off that kill? That is so surprising.
He should have
Also,
been
I'm pretty
dead.
sure that player also had a heat wave, no? Probably not.
I mean, even with that, it's still absurd that he was able to win that fight. Like,
Yeah.
with just to be able to pull a rabbit out of the hat there. Yet again, I know I used that phrase before, but I think it's a good one. Collect gets a kill on the Manny there to open things up now.
With the insta-explode, by the way.
And Insta.
Yeah.
But interesting thing, though, that one play just stopped that entire push from happening because it looked like Native Red were pretty much on the prowl there.
Yeah, they finish off those kills over in the Mauler. They end up running that flag. Like, yeah, everything's completely different if Collect dies there.
And it feels like the timing for Native Red, or Native White, excuse me, we'll just say White and Red. The timing for the White squad, certainly weird because everyone was staggering in one after another, and that has now led to an overshield grab here for Native Red that could really be problematic for them if they don't stop them.
Yeah, Talik's
First
reverting back a little bit, making sure that he has his base under control, and then going to push on over. Receiving some damage in the back from that rocket's going to get an unofficial triple kill. Collect the last one remaining on the offense.
I think overall it was a pretty solid play there. Granted, I'm sure he would have liked to have been able to get a little bit more out of that overshield and a bit more presence on the map, but there was a very aggressive push happening with the Rockets at that point in time. So they managed to stem the bleeding for the time being, and we're kind of back at a bit of an even-Steven situation here, even though Suspector's looking to open up this side of the map here for a squad.
Yeah, Suspector being an aggressive player here. I like this play. Grabbing it right away. He doesn't see any damage coming his way, so he wants to draw that attention back. Yes, in retrospect, as we see Suppress was hiding over there, that's not ideal. But one tricky position you can put yourself in on a larger map like Pit or Empyrean is if you are out of the action for too long and leave your teammates to dry, your teammates all just get slayed on one half of the map, and then they pull the flag on you. So when in doubt, in certain situations like that, you want to speed it up and just grab that flag and get it moving.
Yeah, and that is what Native Red is doing here. They see an opportunity, right? Blood in the water. They're going to go for this flagpole, which they managed to successfully get it out of the base. That's step one. Step two, worry about this first round of slays here. You got teammates for the cover. You also have some health to do as well to get through this tunnel, or excuse me, the hallway, which they managed to achieve. So now Suppress is going to be cleared on the other side of the map, and this is very well going to be a flag cap, and I spoke too soon because Mikwin, looking to channel those denial days, stops him with a snipe right in his tracks.
I mean, Mikwin,
look at that
that
slide.
player slipped past, must have not seen that, but Mikwin gets the first hero stop. Now can they turn this into a counter cap? Tapping buttons going down. I would say there's no chance of counter cap here. They're just going to have to let that first flag go and see what they can do to slay out here.
And if we can for a minute to just appreciate what Soul Snipe did there, didn't give a lane for Mikwin at all. He had the cross on tower and hit the slide. And we've been seeing these players just glide around these maps, Dave. The movement has been absurd. That leads to that first flag cap. And now Native White trying to get into this base.
Native White pushing on up. Rockets coming up here at this moment. Are they going to be able to get them? This one is everyone over in green. Looks like Native White come out ahead, though. Collect grabbing those rockets. But that is short-lived. Everyone's dying before these rockets are even being able to come to use. Everyone on the map died except for Suspector. That's
Yeah.
that's the TLDR if you just joined.
That's the lesson.
Yes.
You know, Spectre just was truly the last man standing. Even with that, though, right? Like, that whole play, it's these tiny details. If you guys, remember when Mikwin, at the beginning of that whole play, tossed a nade right on his teammate's back. That had to force him to back up. They had great positioning inside of the Rockets. Can you imagine if that didn't happen? It's at this level. These little tiny details could be the difference maker between these teams, from winning a championship to going home in group play. So you got to be very mindful of that on both sides of the field here. And here comes a flagpole now for Native Red.
Yeah, Native White getting this one across the map. Are they going to bring this so far?
Native White, excuse me.
Yeah, Soul Snipe trying desperately to stop this. Manny's the only one in position right now. They have to be aware that Manny could be somewhere across the map. I don't know how far out he is.
Heads up.
And if you can't have a Suspector, I don't blame you. No one can have it.
That was a genius play there. And with the addition of Imperium, because Old Pit did not have that opening. So with Imperium having that opening, it actually changes a lot of the dynamics of the map, that you're able to remove a sniper from the game and only have one on the field.
Yeah, you used to, in Halo 3 and all the other iterations of Pit, is you would just essentially have to waste a clip.
Yeah.
You would waste a clip, see if you have a chance to reload the second clip and waste some more bullets. But, yeah, in this case, you can truly toss off the full
Yeah, now
sniper.
with the drop mechanic as well as the opening, like, it does, change the dynamic of the map a little bit here. And even with that, though, Mikwin's going to be feeling the pressure. Unfortunately for him, he won't be able to stay alive long enough, though. It's going to be 2 players down now. Make that 3. One of them coming up for Native White here, and they're going to try and get this through the hallway again. Similar run that we saw from before. Similar stop.
Oh,
and
Collect
might actually close this one out with his nade, and he lands it.
Collect, and I wonder if that's a team nade there, because we saw the snipe in the kill feed for that. So we're going to have to see how that one ended up panning out, but Collect being just an absolute force to be reckoned with. Stopping those 2 players in Hall, tagging the player over in the Mauler. Team's in position now to grab the flag.
A potential future world champion that we're seeing in our, very much developed before our very eyes in Collect. This kid is so talented, so good. Is he going to be able to bring it for his team here and secure this critical win for Native White against a team that, their sister team, that they have struggled with time and time again? And that is another overshield grab for Native Red. So Red's now going to begin this push. Also, did they get rockets again, Native White? Because this is literally what happened last time here. Soul Snipe, though, trying to stay alive, able to get a double kill out of that one. Looking for another one over toward training. Identifies him. That's going to be the kill. Unofficial triple, but it's still going to look pretty good in the stat line.
Yeah, they are looking in prime position here. Unfortunately, Soul Snipe dropping right there, 2 tapping buttons. That player on top of the tower can be such a nuisance if they're able to buy that time and stay alive. So some of those tower battles have come back to haunt me when you're not able to get the finish, or they've been so critical when you do get the finish, like we saw from tapping buttons there.
Yeah, you're able to manipulate the spawns, prevent them from getting the courtyard spawn, and
What a
tapping
nice
buttons.
insta.
Tapped a lot of buttons to get away from that one. Lived up to his name for sure.
I'm
Here
so
comes the
surprised
push.
that he just kind of stood there and waited for that incident. Like, it's kind of so far telegraphed, but hopefully they didn't get ticked off from it, so no harm, no foul.
You just you wanted to see the graphic. You wanted to see the effect. 2 down now for Native Red. Talik's fighting with his tail tucked between his legs here, but he'll be all right. He can relax for a moment because he had a teammate pushing up a little further upward. That was going to be Soul Snipe. Ends up paying for that with his life. Here comes a big battle between Talik, and I think that was going to be Collect, and Collect's going to get the better. 2 young players that have been just lights out in the HCS. And, of course, the veteran Mikwin now with the sniper. And finally, Native Red are going to have a sniper of their own after not having it for a bit. But this is going to start a flagpole for Native White. Oh,
Ooh,
my word.
Too good to be true. Thought he could get that last toss over towards green. Knew he was not long for this earth. Eventually picked off. But now, how does Mikwin play this? He's in a spot where he's like, I could push on over and maybe do some damage and help get some control, or push on back. And I feel like you have to back up here. Positions
Especially
that
with the
given
power
away.
weapon.
Yeah, you have the snipe. It's too much to risk here.
With a sniper that at that time had 7 shots in it, yeah, you don't want to push up, through that willy-nilly, especially after a dead flagpole like that. Mikwin, though, looking to find any targets. He knows the pressure is going to be coming. He's really cautious because that's his primary job, is really just watch out, make sure no one's going to get a little too overzealous and push out on the right side of the map here. So he's got to patrol on the on the left lane and also patrol over toward the right. And Mikwin's good for it. Is able to get the T2 combo as well. Just said, screw it, I'm going to dump these rockets away because I think he knew that he was not going to be long for this one.
Well, he also, since he wasn't receiving any pressure at green right away, he knew either things were too good to be true and had to shoot the rockets at his back, or heard the call out last minute from a teammate saying someone came through long haul.
Yeah, which is probably more than likely the situation, right? And just a great call across the board to just dump the power weapons. And now you have Native White just all up in the business of Native Red in the back of the base. They're trying to force this pull to come from the Needle side, and so far so good for them, but Collect's going to be so low, and no one's tagging him. He's also got teammates for support too.
I'm surprised because even if you take that plat route, usually you want to hook to the right to go back over the Needle Pit and use that BR wall, but looks like Native White come out to play. They're up 2-1 here despite, oh my god, overkill extermination from tapping buttons.
And you know what that means?
Across the map, that means another cap.
Oh, never mind.
But somehow the spawners suppressed and Manny trade out a couple kills. I think Collect and crew just need to stay alive. No more staggering of deaths. This could be dire. If he dies right here, this could be really bad. This is exactly the opening that Native Red needs to push across the map. Yes, things seem all fine and dandy, but you can't stagger another death after 2 just drop like that. And just because of that, Native Red moving this flag across the map. This is the tying cap.
Yeah, but they do manage to stop it right before it gets to the long haul. Soul Snipe, though, trying to put this one in as he gets it across, and he's going to go to the platform with only 25 seconds left on the clock. This civil war between Native White and Native Red continues on. 2-2 in the count.
We're going to be looking at overtime here. And
Damn.
that one, like I said, we got to highlight when Collect was crushing and saved his team cap earlier. And I hate it too. I think that's one we almost have to blame on Collect. I think he was in the position that he needed to either trade out that kill with that player on training,
because
or need to just run out. He needed to go back towards
alive,
the side.
he's over toward training in mid, and then you don't really have the comfortability to get that pull.
As soon as they got that third kill, they were able to zero in on spawns, charge across the map, and go for that pull. They just, they were looking for any opening.
Yeah,
and
all
he just
tied
needed
up.
to get any sort of kill to stay alive. And here we are into overtime.
Crazy to think too that counter cap came off of a tapping buttons overkill as well.
Yeah.
Just wild, bro.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves for that. They're going to be saying, all right, do we even have to run that? Could we have just stayed at their base and slayed for 30 seconds and then guaranteed that win? But they don't have time to assess that right now. Right now, what matters is getting these kills, getting that sniper, and getting this first cap.
They got to get this sniper away from the hands of Native Red, and Collect gets a kill, and that's going to give him an opportunity for a flag cap. Also, keep in mind, he's going to have the snipe too. He can also use, I was going to say, he can use his repulsor to shoot the flag across long haul, but he doesn't get an opportunity to do it.
Surprised, because I feel like that pick, also the pick on Mikwin, just slight little missteps here from Native White are preventing them closing these games out. That was the winning flag cap there.
But Collect redeems himself. He gets himself 2 kills out of that. The flag is going to get returned, but it gets pulled, and that's a heartbreaker as Mikwin died for it. But did they put too many resources into that to make the cap happen? I don't think they did.
No, they're back on even ground. They're still in a fine position, but it's, still discouraging. Native White are saying we had this game in our hands 2 different times. Let's just close it out. They've done all the difficult parts. They get the kills on Native Red. They get the flag out. They're just not doing the easier parts of sitting back and slaying.
Yeah.
Or running that flag through a slightly safer route, through the Needler. That wall, I don't fully disagree with how they ran that last one. Since they had 3 dead, you can run it up the Needle ramp, but many times you just take the slightly safer route and you're not going to get melted.
Well, what they're doing at this current juncture is that Native White, they're just trying to live inside of the shoddy area, right? Give time for a teammate to come up through the long haul. Put this pressure on them. They're all pinned inside of the tower, so you need to use this positioning advantage here. Suspector trying to dance around the corner, sends a player flying with the repulsor, and also has a few more shots left in the snipe. He's going to play his life here. As his teammates die, fall all around him. He might give up a sniper here, so he needs to be careful, but here comes Collect around the corner. Does he win the fight? No, and that is going to be a snipe going over to Native Red.
Yeah, Soul Snipes and his pistol just earning 2 kills there. Let's take a look at the slays for a moment. Collect with 33, 7, and 22. when you look over at Native Red, everyone around the same mark, 20 to 23. Only 3 kills separating their lowest and their highest.
Yeah, it's been impressive to see how these teams have been just really duking it out here on pit. Collect's going to go down now. This is going to open up the opportunity. Big repulsor play. Gets him inside of the base in record time, and he's going to pull this flag out. He's got help over toward the left side, too, and he's got himself some health as well. That overshield's really going to benefit. 2 players down now. This flag's coming across.
This extra cover can get safely into Hall, and just like that, 2 down for Native White. They have a flanker on their backs with Heatwave. They have a 2-on-1 advantage. The Spectre takes them both out. Takes out both players, but he falls himself. Native Red have to try to keep this flag alive. Mickwin still alive over in the Needler, but a little too weak. And the flag is almost certainly going to go in here for Native Red. They got the slays they needed. They just need to close this out.
Good back away there from Soul Snipe. He didn't want to overcommit on that one, and that is going to be the capture. And Native Red get the better of Native White, as we already are off on a hot start for this series. It's going to be a 3-2 win in OT. Unbelievable. Exactly what I would expect from both squads.
Yeah, both these squads so evenly matched. And, you know, I got to say, it's like that was Native White's game to lose in a couple different instances.
It was.
They had it up by 1 cap going to the last minute, and then they had the first pull with enough players down from Native Red that they should have been able to close that out. But that's the difficult part here at the highest level of Halo, GB.
Yeah.
These players, even one player off a spawn can do so much damage, can stop a flag runner, get a double kill.
One missed shot, one nade that doesn't hit correctly. It really comes down to the wire here with these teams. And the talent is absurd, but we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're jumping into map number 2. We'll see where we're going, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the Halo World Championship. We're here on the Bravo stream. Golden Boy alongside Walshy. Native Red, Native White. What a game we've been treated to in Map 1, Imperia and CTF. Native Red came out on top, but boy, oh boy, was it a squeaker. And now we get ready for some Solitude Slayer.
Yeah, and we were just talking about this during the break. It's like that's going to be tough for Native White to bounce back from just because they had it in their grasp 2 times. There's a lot of times where it's like, all right, we made one mistake and we lost the game.
Yeah.
But here's like 2 different times they had the chance to close out the game and unfortunately didn't.
And at this level of play, if you're not closing out those games, that is just you can't expect to win a championship that way, right?
Yeah.
So if anything, it's a credit to Native Red, and I also feel very good about Native Red in this one, just because they like to play this very breakneck speed. And I think Native White is aware of this, which is why they're going to play their style. They're going to keep this in a very like setup kind of situation and not try and overcommit on things early on. And then I think you're going to see them shift gears to just try and like meet wherever Native Red is. But that could be dangerous because Native Red love to control the pace of the game.
Yeah, Native Red loves to play fast. Both these squads like to play fast, but as we've said, over the 2023 season, clearly Native Red have had the stronger placings.
Yeah.
They've had a bit more success.
And the experience too, let's not forget. You know, Talik, Soul Snipe, and Manny were what is it? Top 2 at Halo World Championship. These were the runner-ups last year, people. So let's not forget that. This is a fantastic squad going up against a very hungry Native White team that wants to prove themselves against a squad that essentially put Native on the map. So there's just a lot of stories that are intermingling within this one.
Yeah, and we're going to see how well they play once again, like you said, here at Worlds. Native White, kind of this roster that had a immediate success this year. You know, they took 4th place at Charlotte, and then after that, it's kind of been a little bit of a stumble. It's been a bit rougher for them. I believe they've gotten like some top 6s, and then eventually the top 8, top 12. So we're gonna have to see if they can pull it together at the biggest event, though.
Yeah, and also too, I mean, this is an opportunity, I think, for squads like Native Red, young squads that have World Championship experience to just continue to grow. It gets so scary for everyone else because think about how far they've come in such a short amount of time and how far they have yet to go, right? It really makes me so enthusiastic about the future of Halo, seeing a lot of these players compete against one another here, and just how close this game has been. 4 kills, a round of slays is what's going to separate Native Red and White in this battle, and I wouldn't have it any other way, you know?
Yeah, it's still so evenly matched. I mean, Native White, like you said, just 1 round of slays. They're back in this. I'm glad to see that they're not just, like, in any sense crumbling.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they would, but there's always a chance of that. Sometimes losing the game by such a close margin is worse than by losing by, like, a middle or even a blowout.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just, like, can shake off those games. The games are tougher to shake off when you start questioning
Once you
teammates.
really want it.
We're saying, what happened here?
Yeah.
How did we not cap that?
Yeah.
What happened? And like those are the ones where you start to question, what are my teammates doing? What should I be doing differently? And those are the ones where you really lose your sanity.
Yeah, I believe it, man. It's happened to me when I competed years ago. It's always a rough one to have to deal with. But on the flip side to that, though, and speaking about the mental, Native White, they've been holding on this whole time. But it does feel like just that. It feels like they're holding on. And I want to see them take some authority. So Suspector could very well be the one to open the floodgates for them here and get a few more of these frags and get back in this one. Maybe even tie it up. But look at that. Suppress stops tapping buttons, which would have been a big X factor for them in this fight on Yard.
Talik just using that tree to the perfect angles back and forth. These players, even more so than even last year, like we'll see event by event how much quicker they're able to take cover, duck and shoot every single time, just timing their BR shots. It's impressive how fast they know the closest cover that they have.
Yeah, and also the way that they juke around it, taking advantage of Halo Infinite's more snappier mobility in comparison to previous Halos in the past. You know, you're getting some wild movement behind these pillars here, just behind cover in general, and that's what a lot of these younger players are trying to take advantage of here. Big push in for Suppress is going to lock in a few kills now. 3 down, as a matter of fact, for Native Red, or well, Native White, Native Red benefiting from that greatly. And you know what? Listen, we're all in this together, guys. Because I meant what I said, and then I was like, well, I can see how that'd be confusing. You know, you got to change it up.
Well, here comes a charge over from Snipe over towards Cafe.
Oh, nice play.
How is it going to play out? And Tapping Buttons, buying as much time as possible, but gets just the pick onto Soul Snipe and falls with his own life. So Tapping Buttons also having just a bit of a rough start this one. I mean, you're looking at, he has a lot of assists, more assists than the rest of his teammates combined.
I'll take the assist.
Little bits of misses here and there, and not exactly like saying he missed in Cafe, but he was nearly one shot and had no escape route and didn't have a teammate that could round the corner and help him finish off.
Yeah, it's those things that are going to hurt them if they don't clean it up here. You need to always have eyes on your teammate at some point. Kind of like the fight that they're taking right now. They know they're all playing for one another. Mikwin's in a great position, so he goes for the shots, waits, and is confident that his teammate is going to get it, but he's going to provide him
discipline
assistance.
right here. Two different players Soul Snipe saw, but somehow gets spotted out by Tapping Buttons at the very end there. And there he is. He goes down, but I was going to give so much credit there to Soul Snipe. He saw these two players about to get the perfect flank over on Snipe Tower and help him slay, but falls down all in one fell swoop.
You're going to need someone else on this team to step up and join Suspector on the slays. And, you know, my eyes immediately get directed toward Collect and Tapping Buttons. You had mentioned before, Tapping Buttons not really having much success in the way of slays, but has been contributing a lot for the assists. 10 involved battles across the board for Tapping Buttons. And even though it has been very much Native Red in the driver's seat, Native White have kept themselves there the whole time. So really, you're just looking for them to turn the corner, you know?
Never been out of reach.
And maybe it happens around here. Maybe it's, you know, a cheeky QT play, or maybe grabbing the snipe to open up the map.
Yeah, I feel like they need a power weapon, and it's for it to slow down with it in their favor. So we're going to have to see if this is the time and moment. We just saw that player get tagged. I believe it's sniping, or sorry, Tapping Buttons or Mikwin that has that sniper.
More than likely Mikwin.
Yeah, I mean, he's had the whole pit game.
Yeah, he's kind of been the go-to snipe for them across. And it makes sense. I mean, Mikwin's history with the sniper literally won his team's tournaments in the past back in H2A. So lots of experience there. Certainly a player with a lot of ice in his veins. You want to give him control of the big weapons in this game. And we're in a bit of a standoff here.
Yeah. An interesting spot by Manny there during the standoff. A lot of times if things slow down too much, some of those obvious corners might get checked or be a bit too readable.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if that ends up being the case, though.
Big kill coming in for Suppress now is going to give him 39. Are they looking for their 40th here? Mikwin in a bit of a precarious position by himself inside of the cafe. Collects are going to join, though. Able to pick up a frag. Now as Collect is running away, that is really where you're hoping that Mikwin gets there a little bit faster, but he was there nonetheless, and that's really all that matters. They were able to pick up the kill, but it's still down within 6. Scratch that, make it 7.
Yeah, this is starting to slip away a bit, and I still don't. I need to get some more clarity as to what the ruling will be if Native Red take this one.
Yeah.
Because we'll have all 3 teams with a 1-1 series record. However, Native Red would have the most dominant kind of victory, if that makes sense, like the better overall game record.
Yeah. Well, it would depend if
depending on how they win the series.
Yeah, because if Native, if they go like 5, I think.
They go game 5. I don't know how that happens.
Yeah,
if all Native, the series went to game 5.
I think if Native White win this series,
oh, Native White win,
they're good, right?
Yeah, Native White are clear number 1, Shopify are clear number 2. And Native Red are clear number 3.
Yeah.
However, the way it's looking right now is it's looking like Native Red are going to be winning this series potentially, since we're going to see a 2-0 lead here. And I don't know if it matters if they win in a 3-0 fashion versus a 3-2 fashion. We'll have to get the ruling there from the TOs, but I'm pretty certain that Native Red win this convincingly in a 3-0 fashion.
And there's the last one. Last kill goes in, 50 frags, 50-40, and Native
also
Red
closed up the gap at the end. They was significant, but they were just kind of running.
And that's it, right? It's like, what more can you really do at that point, right? Like you had a bunch of individuals just looking to make plays and then open up the map for them. Meanwhile, Native Red, I don't want to use this phrase because it sounds a little disparaging to Native White, but at the end there, Native Red were playing chess and Native White were playing checkers. You know, they were holding the position.
Yeah.
It is. Hey. You know, hey, I'm sorry. Mikwin can get mad at me later on. And it's perfectly fine. We'll have plenty of conversations about it over a Mountain Dew, perhaps. But I do feel like Native Red, toward the end of that game, were really just getting it done. And Native White there were so many moments there. You had mentioned before, right? The tapping buttons playing Cafe. He's by himself. Who's there to back him
He
up?
was with his teammate there earlier, so they just eventually lost that 2v2.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. You're right. You're right. You know what?
But
I
there are
digress.
many other times that, like you're right, that it just felt like he maybe got caught off or was the initial death, and yeah, just
keep
a bit
looking
of a
for
off
each
one.
other. Keep looking for each other, and maybe good things will come. But in any case, so we can rant and rant until the cows come home, but we have to move on to our next map. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Game 3. All right, everyone. Welcome back. Native White, Native Red, and Native Red is up 2-0. The runner-ups from the Halo World Championship 2022 looking to get right back to where they were before. Meanwhile, for Native White, they got to find a way to claw their way into this game.
Yeah, Mikwin running on over towards pipes. They got the initial slays they needed. They got all the strongholds, but somehow 2 of them being converted right away. Looks like Soul Snipe had some thoughts of his own as he got some form of a triple, or at least 3 kills early on. He also has camo.
Now, of course, with this camouflage, he's going to get some support now to make this push happen inside of gold. So 3 players to really put the pincer on them. It's going to leave B available up for grabs. Collect trying to add some pressure to this, but they have no other choice but the flip C to prevent this trip cap from happening. And look at the heads-up play from Soul Snipe. He knows exactly that the pressure's coming through, and he sends a preemptive grenade. Does he have any help, though? He does, coming up the flank.
Coming up, not too late, not too early. Perfect push there from Suppressed and Manny as they take over C-Plat. And Soul Snipe, I love that play. Like, he had no way out of that. He was going to die in that corner. Now he had to choose, is it more beneficial for me to go quicker to respawn screen or by 3 or 4 seconds where they're focused on me and not focused on my teammates?
Yeah.
And honestly, there are some times where the correct decision is going quicker to the respawn screen.
Yeah,
Don't get me wrong. But more often than not, especially the high-level play, buying those extra few seconds, taking away distractions, making sure that they aren't focused on your teammates and where they're spawning, instead focused on you, trying to finish you off.
Well, I mean, and it's important to note as well with Halo, like, everyone always looks at this game and they're like, you know, it's crazy, and they're always yelling, and, you know, it moves really fast. There's so much nuance to this game that small things, if you make a push at the wrong time or, you know, maybe overextend in this particular area and screw up a spawn at the other side of the map, all that stuff can play a role in this. And that's why you see so many of these teams get, you know, they scrutinize over those tiny details. With Suppressed, though, with his camo as well as the Commando, he's got so much to work with here. And that just continues to add on to Native Red's run as they are building 65 points and counting.
Big lead here as
Oh, wow.
it's racking up. However, B, the batteries, that's the toughest one to get. And that's what Native White have in their hands right now. They have to decide which way they're going. It looks like the push is towards Elevator. It's one person, though. They all backed away. I believe Elevator is being contested from Catwalk right now, so I'm not sure how that one panned out. And yes, I was correct off my peripherals. It is Manny taking Elevator back. So Native White a little indecisive and uncertain of where to push here.
Yeah, you can even see it in the movement, right? They were back and forth. Are we going to go up to top gold?
They ran towards Elevator and they said, oh, it's safe here. Let's go back and worry about B and top gold. And as they left, the push came in. Had they just either stayed or had they committed towards that same direction, they could have either given some crossfire over towards the catwalk and stopped that push from being successful.
And because of that, a trip cap. Crazy to think. Again, we were literally just talking about it, Dave. We're like wizards. All right? We were talking about the small details that can kick you when you're down. That is literally what happened in that last play. Led to a Native Red trip cap, and now Native Red have control of the map, and they're okay giving up, you know, for the time being, because they know that they're going to get bodies back on this. They have to handle all the other problems around the map. That's 3 down and a disruptor kill as well. I love this gun. That's going to be 4 eliminated, and they're going to flip A right away.
Here it goes back to another trip cap, 100-point lead. Native White, they need to wake up, and they need to wake up now. They got the start that they wanted. They got a few points on the board, and ever since then, it's been Native Red controlling the rest of this game. Looks like they're going to stop the bleeding over at C, but still yet to contest that. Points just racking up way too fast.
That was such a smart play because you know that those players are going to go for the camo and prioritize that. So you just kind of let him have that moment of comfort. Be like, oh, yeah, go for the camo. And then he started shooting at him because he had that moment of indecision again, which has been really biting them in the butt over and over and over again throughout this map. Soul Snipe picks up a big kill there. He's also got himself the shock rifle, too. This is dangerous.
Yeah, and I like that play. He could have tried to get a counter cap over at C. Instead, tries to move over towards Elevator to help his teammates fight a battle together. It's either he stays at C, gets turned and burned on by multiple people, or he leaves his teammates out to dry towards Elevator. So Soul Snipe worries more about meeting up with his teammates, gives up C, and lets the opposing team still spawn there.
He's going to hit it. Oh, I thought he was. He was so close to doing so. But now here comes the counter cap because he saw the pressure starting to come in from the other side of the map. And then he's like, okay, let me go ahead and make this happen here so that this way we can just try and continue to add on. Was it a risky gambit? So far, it looks pretty damn good for them, but they are going to be losing 2 sections here of the strongholds. You're losing A, you're losing B, and Native Red got to figure this out. They got to get them off of this because sometimes we've seen these runs happen, Dave.
Yeah, you've seen some of those reckless comebacks happen, but
I don't know if it's gonna happen
I'm
here.
not super worried here for Native Red just yet. We haven't seen, you know, if it's a trip cap and things were ticking up a little bit quicker,
Yeah.
that'd be something else.
Give me to
but
100 and then
right
we
here,
start
it's just
talking.
like the bleeding stopped. You got some points going in favor, and Native Red are just going to wait till they're a little bit more full force and then push out and get some slays. As soon as Native Red come ahead and slays, they're going to get another stronghold.
Well, they won't have the full numbers here for this push because they just lost Manny. Soul Snipes off the spawn. He's going to try and go in for the help. And Mikwin's waiting this one out. He knows that the push is going to come. A little coordination coming in from the long haul here. Good help as well from Mikwin to just put that player back a bit more. It opens things up, but it does mean 2 players are going to be down for Native White. Mikwin's going to need to win this fight here. Absolutely critical. He goes in for the melee, and he ends up dying out of that one, but they do manage to pick up a few cool things out of that, and Collect tries to go in for the hero play, and he doesn't win out the fight.
That's the thing, is Native White can't afford to lose those fights.
Nope.
They also basically have to force some of those fights. You can't just be like, all right, we'll let that cap and we'll go rotate. Right now, they're in a dire situation. They cannot let points continue racking up on the board. One round of slays that go wrong against Native White, and it's game over.
And it could very well be game over here. Is A and B control going to be locked in for Native Red? Red's got the cover, 5 points remaining. This could be the series here. Is anyone going to be there for the stop? 2 players down for Native White, and that's going to be all she wrote as Native Red takes the series 3-0, and they establish at least today that they are the dominant squad of the Native organization, and as a result, they have locked in first place in their pool.
First place in the pool for Native Red. That also means now that Shopify is going to be second in the pool and Native White third in their pool. So what a swing. Going
We
from
didn't even
beating
factor that
Shopify.
in.
It's basically
Like Shopify's
had
watching on the
Native White
sidelines.
had to bring this to game 5 or win the series, and they could have
Yeah.
either gotten first or had a 3-way tie and figure out wacky tiebreakers, but now that's got to be deflating here for Native White. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, figure out what they're going to change going into tomorrow. But that's it from me and Golden Boy. Native Red winning Pool C.
Pool C
Shopify,
coverage is over.
Rebellion taking second. And now Pool C is done. Me
That's
and
it.
Golden Boy can rest.
Yeah, we can relax now. We're no longer in Pool C jail. In any case, so guys, we have one more game on the main stage. We'll see you there in a little bit. But for now, though, head on over to the Halo channel to watch FaZe versus Quadrant, 1-1 tied, maybe 2-1, not sure. It's a sick game. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Welcome back to the Halo World Championships Pool D. FaZe currently sitting at 2-0, looking to make the clean sweep of beating every single team put in front of them. Na'Vi find themselves 1-1 and potentially looking to cause a little bit of a tiebreaker as they usually do.
Yeah, it would be event after event after event, and now we find themselves in tiebreaker situations. But they can try and disrupt this group by taking down FaZe. They just watched their European counterparts Quadrant lose 3-2 to FaZe. So they know that this is going to be a difficult one. And the early stages, FaZe have been able to put a decent amount of time on the hill, but now Na'Vi have control.
A lot of time already amounted, as you say. Sniper rifle and heat wave for Royal 2 to play with. And we know Halo was playing with them. Has to back away here, taking down a little bit of damage. Just over half shields. Oh, and Royal 2 finds one. Tries to line up a second. Jimbo and Snipe Drone have to fight off the back foot here towards green. Snipe Drone will go down as well. Royal 2 will step in after doing so much damage to find the entry points. Na'Vi in big trouble and are already down 1-0 in the game.
I thought maybe there would be a chance in this first map. It's one of FaZe's worst King of the Hill mapping modes. At 5-5 across the season, so it's been pretty bang average for them. Na'Vi are 2-2, so again, it's not really been amazing for them either, but you want to try and find the weaker game types against the bigger teams to try and steal that map away. And Na'Vi giving up the first hill, but now they've got good control here of hill number 2. Backing out when they sensed there was a little bit of pressure arriving, and Glory having a little bit of a box off of Royal 2, but they trade.
Jim with overshield. Foot inside the hill. Getting shot in the back from Renegade, who will do damage and immediately dip away. Now face to face with Royal 2. Who has a needler. Sticky grenade will go down. Overshield that Jim had did not have the sort of response he would have liked. Glory is in hill. And Na'Vi now have just about half the time that they need to secure this second hill. FaZe are starting to apply some pressure though. Snipe Jones down to one shot, bottom tower. Two members to contend with a FaZe over towards Nest. And you can see Snipe Jones not too comfortable, recognizing that a player could be coming from bottom middle here. And it will be Renegade, but the timing is just off. Snipe Drone will hear the repulsor being used and thought Snakebite wanted to come top tower, but unfortunately for him, it's going to be a trade in the end. Heat wave for Renegade, double kill. Mighties gets one in the feed on the Frosty. Glory and Mighties will combine, or Jimbo, excuse me, to back Renegade down. And all of a sudden, Na'Vi are on the door, knocking on it, looking to tie this game up. FaZe have control, but they've given up so much time here.
People are going to think my mic's broken.
I was kind of hoping it was, bro.
You just kept going. That's fine. I was enjoying it, honestly. You spoke about comfort as well, and you'd imagine that Na'Vi are going to be a bit more comfortable because they got that win against LVT earlier, which was their important one. That was their big game, right, to make sure that they can at least get out of this pool. But there is still that potential chance of a three-way tie, even if they lose here against FaZe. If we saw LVT beat Quadrant, then suddenly everyone finds themselves on 1-2, and then a map here against FaZe could be the biggest thing they could ask for.
All of a sudden you're checking map counts and who won against who and how many kills do they have.
Who went to the toilet more often.
That's
All
important
matters
as
in
well.
the tie difference.
Do you get more or less points for going to the toilet more?
Now that's up to the admins.
We won't
It's their
comment.
discrepancy.
We won't comment or speculate.
Nope. Also depends which... Nah, never mind.
Never mind. Two members of Na'Vi over towards C now. They step in to try and get those final finishing touches on the hill. Kills though have gone in favor of FaZe. 3 dead for Na'Vi. Make it 4. And what looked like a guaranteed hill for Na'Vi to tie this game up, all of a sudden FaZe have climbed right back into this one and could be about to double the lead, and are. That one's been stolen away. FaZe have pulled off a heist.
That is a really frustrating one for Na'Vi. They threw everything at it in those final moments and they were just a slither away, but FaZe recognized how important it was that they dove into the hill themselves. And now finding themselves 2-0 up. 2:48 still on the clock, so there is still time here for Na'Vi. They're being just outslayed at the moment, but still a matching FaZe stride for stride. It's just been better holds at the moment for FaZe. Nice nades.
Beautiful nades. 2 dead. Good Halo. 3 dead. Navi now. Frosty will get 1 perfect kill into Mighty's, who slid out right into the crosshairs of the Iceman, who again starting to find his feet here. And again, Navi moments away from claiming the hill. They've given it up. We need to see them close these ones out because FaZe will not give you too much more time. 3 dead for Navi again. Surely we're not about to see it happen once more.
You'd imagine Navi should be able to close this one out. It just takes 1 push. They all just need to go together. Maybe they could utilize the overshield that's about to pop, or use the overshield as a distraction, because actually if you can bait FaZe out here, you can probably sneak into the hill behind them. 2 are dead on the side of FaZe, and now this is the push here from Navi. Surely they should be able to close it out, but Frosty's holding strong.
Frosty with Plasma Pistol tries to get the overshield zapped away, but unfortunately for him, it was Snipe Drone who was face to face with him, who didn't have the overshield, and Navi will get themselves right back into the game. And if only a couple of moments had gone their way, they'd be in the lead here.
Snipe Drone just making sure no one's going to be able to easily push out, but it doesn't connect with a shot. It's very difficult when you have your eyes trained with a sniper rifle on an angle like that, where someone can just curb slide and it's just a little bit too quick to try and keep your crosshair up to date with. And now because of that loss, FaZe will be able to take control of the hill, have control of the sniper as well. And Na'Vi, if they're not careful, could find themselves 3-1 down. Oh!
Frosty! You speak about how difficult it can be to track players. Well, Frosty proving he has absolutely no issues in finding some faces. Mighty's getting lined up. A couple of warning shots, that's all it is, across the bow. Body shot connects. But FaZe have so much time accumulated. They could be about to take a 3-1 lead. Navi go 3 dead as well. Jim last man alive on C. Plat teammates spawning over towards back tower. FaZe will claim the 4th hill. And now just 1 away from winning game 1.
And now they want to take tower control here, and they can be a nuisance. They can really eat away at this clock if they want to. Always got to be careful when you say that sentence, but 2 minutes and 19 left at the moment, and Na'Vi are scoring, but FaZe, it's whether they try and close this one out and try and put the 4th on the board, or if they want to try and play a little bit slower. Na'Vi at the moment are dictating the pace, so it's not really up to FaZe right now.
Heat wave for Snakebite. Clears out cuts. The Shroud screen goes down. Overshield should be scooped up by Renegade. He manages to survive. 2 members of Na'Vi in front of him. And although Renegade got the overshield, he didn't manage to pop it. And it's Jimbo who now secures that for his team. Royal 2 sends Snipe Drone towards the hill, which is actually probably where he wanted to be anyway.
Yes, Snipe Drone said, okay, I will just gather up these little bit of time for the boys. As Na'Vi are closing in on putting a 2nd point on the board. And things do get a little bit dicey if you find yourselves only up by 1 going into the next hill. It's essentially a reset of the map. We go back to the first once more. And it looks like Na'Vi are going to be able to score this one. No last-ditch attempt is going to be available. 3-2, and now we go back over towards green. Overshield would have popped as well. Or will be popping, excuse me. And we'll have to see whether anyone can grab the sniper rifle that's going to be up.
Jimbo and Glory in the respawn screen. 3 dead though for FaZe. Mighty's getting some very valuable seconds on the board here as he steps out. Snipe Drone has claimed he will hold it as they swap back and forth. Royal 2 with the sniper rifle in hands. Snipe Drone looks as though he's going to do the jump just about. Drops down, isn't able to clamber. Will get there on the 2nd attempt, back towards tower, but 2 members of FaZe light him up. And 2 of Na'Vi fall. They've got a lot of time here, but they just need to make sure they don't give this one up as well.
All 4 dead temporarily. Snipe Drone's the first one up. And I will say, FaZe are one of the teams that speak very highly of Na'Vi and the ability that they have to disrupt some of these groups. And I think that maybe this is going to be a tougher series for FaZe than some might have expected, because Na'Vi really pushing them to the brink here, but perhaps 1 more push left for Na'Vi to try and break this setup from FaZe. Otherwise, it is going to be game 1 going in their favor of the boys in red.
Na'Vi, who are colored in blue, probably wearing yellow. But that would be me assuming, as Frosty finds the visor of Mighty's once more. The Dutchman will have to take a brief recess before he fights again. You spoke about not wanting to give up too many opportunities as the Dutchman's in the respawn screen again.
Off the spawn, just back-to-back snipes. And that might be enough for FaZe. Na'Vi, a desperate attempt to try and push in. Glory sends himself into the hill, but the overshield's there, which should do the cleanup job, which it will. FaZe take map number 1. Although it was a fantastic effort from Na'Vi to keep it close. Snipe Drone with 20 kills to really keep Na'Vi afloat. But unfortunately not enough to keep them in the game.
Na'Vi a fraction of a second away.
A fraction.
A fraction. Barest the margins separating the two teams on a couple of those hills. But again, it's FaZe who have the ice factor. We'll be back with more in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, folks. Underway in game number 2. And if you missed King of the Hill on live fire, as you can see from the score at the top, FaZe Clan took it down 4-2. A very, very close game 1, which has me a little bit optimistic for Navi's chances here in game 2. As I say that, they're down by 2. Plenty of Halo to be played. Snipe Drone gets a kill. For Manny, Snipe Drone was the best player in Europe for a very, very long time. And now he needs to find some of his old form to guide Na'Vi to victory, at least guide them back into this series.
You said you're hopeful, and I'm sure there's many European fans also hopeful that you can see something here from Na'Vi. We have to remember that FaZe are the best Team Slayer team that we have in the league. They demonstrated that against Squadron, winning that Game 5 in impressive fashion. They did drop a Game 2, though, against Squadron on Slayer Streets. But they have a better record here on Slayer Recharge than they did on Slayer Streets for FaZe. For Na'Vi, they've only played it twice, actually, in tournament play, which is quite surprising. And they're 1-1. Not too much to go off of that.
Not too much information to garner from Na'Vi's win percentage, but certainly from FaZe's. Although, they say form goes completely out the window in a derby match. Not that this is, but it could be.
In what world?
In a world where Europe and
In Counter-Strike, like 6
North-
years ago, maybe it would be a derby, FaZe versus Na'Vi. But this has not been a rivalry, really. I mean, they have matched up a couple of times here or there. I don't think either of these teams would consider it one.
I didn't say you had to agree with me, Dan. I was just saying
I'm just playing
words.
devil's advocate here.
I was just saying words. They say that's what they pay me for.
You get paid?
Not in monetary sense.
Ah.
Skins though. Frosty with the blue and white skin on the battle rifle, putting down some shots. My East down to no shields, and whatever you've seen on Twitter, I can tell you fighting from blue pipes in that position is a very hard fight, Dan. And if an Irishman gets an overkill against you, that's no shame to be had.
6-kill lead at the moment for FaZe. Trade 1-for-1, Royal 2 on Jimbo. And Na'Vi just pinned back a little bit at the moment in elevator. Don't want to be too aggressive down pipes, because otherwise they're just going to be met by grenades. So wisely they reposition. Shock Rifle's going to be up shortly, so that's why Frosty's lingering like a bad smell at the moment. Still a 7-kill lead. Na'Vi aren't really able to wrestle back much control right now.
Royal 2 pushes long haul. Glory tries to use the repulsor to escape the attentions of the Canadian. Unfortunately for him, it did not narrow the angle. Instead, it did look kind of cool when he died, but nothing more than that. Royal 2 helps combine with Renegade to take down Jimbo. His kill difference remains significant here. 9 separating the two teams. And you spoke about how this game type and map mode combination favored FaZe, and you can see exactly why.
Can indeed. 20 seconds, the game slows down a little bit because Camo's going to be coming up. Glory waiting for the cue, it almost felt like, of when he should be pushing in, again aggressive. They're able to make it count. Oh, almost able to make it count. At least the cleanup crew comes in. Jimbo with his mop. Does he have a sweeper as well? He does. What's another name for a sweeper? A brush. When have I ever called a brush a sweeper?
Jimbo gets brushed aside. A sweeper.
Here,
FaZe
love,
Clan
go and grab the sweeper for me, will you?
FaZe Clan still have ambitions of getting a clean sweep. And Jimbo trying to get the sweeper going. The brush.
Broom.
The broom. Not quite a mop. Yard brush, maybe.
And now again, similarly to in the previous series on the mainstream when FaZe had a 14 or plus kill lead over Quadrant, I said that there's no way FaZe throw this one away, and you'd imagine that they shouldn't throw a lead like this away either. And Na'Vi probably know it, but Na'Vi have to be the team to try and kind of change that narrative a little bit. But when you find yourself this much down, you know how easy it is for your opponent to just wait, kind of bait you a little bit, and then trade out. It's very frustrating to play against.
The impetus is on Na'Vi to be the aggressor. FaZe do not have to move. As a matter of fact, they can just set traps. Jimbo will go down, and Royal 2 has a grapple to stay on the map, and now the repulsor. What a play from Royal 2 as he spins on a dime and grabs a hold of one like Doc Ock.
Man, if the harpoon did damage, he would have just harpooned Glory in the face as well, which would have been quite an impressive triple kill. However, does not do damage. Well, not enough, anyway. You say like Doc Ock?
Doc Ock, yeah.
Nice.
That's a good reference, right?
It really is, yeah. 9 kill lead. Quick math. Now it's 8. There we go. There's the 7 I was talking about. And Na'Vi slightly back in the game now. So we said that they needed to be the ones who kind of force the narrative a little bit here, change the rhythm of this game, and they have started to do so.
Rhythm of the Night, what a song that is.
Don't make me sing.
You singing is a choice that I will fully endorse. Camouflage was in Snakebite's chest, but he will go down. Snipe Drone picks up 2. We spoke about him needing to be the difference maker. And now this game within 4. What was once a 12 kill lead, and We spoke about how FaZe
What's a 14 kill lead?
14. We spoke about how they wouldn't throw this one away, but Na'Vi
Shouldn't.
right back in this one.
They shouldn't
You
throw
said
this away.
wouldn't. Check the VOD.
Don't ever do that. Don't ever prove him right.
Someone clip it. 2 kills now separate them. The European team just got themselves right back into the mixer here. FaZe set up all the way towards tower in blue. And it's just about these final moments here of making the right decisions and punishing FaZe when they give you an opening.
I have been really impressed with the progress of Na'Vi, especially considering what they've gone through as they now tie this game up 35-35.
5 minutes remaining.
Does this now frustrate FaZe in a way where they would expect to be able to dominate and hold on to a lead that they've now just thrown away? They were 15 ahead, find themselves now down by 1. Does this change the way they look at this game? You have to give credit where it's due though, Na'Vi. What a comeback this has been.
And none more so than Mighty's, who was just on our screen, who was, I believe, 2-9 when I took a little peek. I didn't want to call him out. Didn't have to. He got himself to 10-12 now. Off the back of that, Na'Vi have really closed the distance. All tied up here. Glory doesn't seem to know where he wants to go. He heads back and forth. I think his GPS is a little bit off. Turn left at the next intersection meant a plasma grenade was on the ground. Na'Vi down in the shields, down in the fight here, but Royal 2 will go down with the help of a bait and switch. In goes Snakebite to clean up with some of the damage, but making this a very difficult kill as Mighty somehow gets away.
Enemy team nearing victory.
And though he's used to being on 4 ping and surviving things like that, you expect on LAN he would fall, but again he finds that his hitbox is smaller than everybody else's. It's not fair.
Jimbo holds strong, takes down Snakebite, and allows his teammate to get away with the camouflage. And now Mighty has the chance to try and be the difference maker here with the camo. Might be able to get behind enemy lines. A couple of tags. Bides his time, and now he should be able to get at least 1. Don't want to get too desperate for this one. He got desperate for that one. 44-44 though. At least he ties things up.
On board with Jimbo.
14 kills for Jim.
It's a big game for Jimmy Bradbrook.
And he's 14-14, but he's been quite often that first player to just burst in, happy to put his body on the line. And this will be a huge victory for Na'Vi. As I mentioned earlier, like in the case of a potential tie, map wins are very important. I mean, a series win could still happen for Na'Vi, and then suddenly they're laughing and they're forcing ties.
This one's not over. Na'Vi take the lead. Now are we about to see FaZe lose yet another game to Slayer, which traditionally have been so good for them. Slayers have really been something they've built upon and helping them claim series. Renegade has shock rifle. Na'Vi have a 1 kill lead. They only require 3 to the Europeans. So Renegade really has to be incisive with this now. Surgical, if you will. As he goes bottom tower. Jimbo's position towards top elevator. He will not be exposed to the shock rifle shot. 2 members of Na'Vi have leaked through to the long haul. Jim holds strong, holds his position. Almost stepped out. Thought the better of it. We wait on bated breath. Will Renegade be the difference maker? Camouflage has popped up and Glory loses his life. Is he guilty of overstepping the mark? Just giving that an easy shot. Renegade lining up the grapple.
Oh, no.
He's missed it though. Has to give it up. All tied up. Camouflage remains down on the ground. Jim has to back away here. Damage has been done. Mighty's is running. Mighty's is sprinting almost straight to his demise. As Jimbo steps over top catwalk, putting shots down. Renegade has to hit these shots or at least do some damage with the nades. 2 members of Na'Vi to contend with. A swing and a miss from Glory's. Shock rifle changes hands. 2 kills required for both teams. Frosty's desperately trying to get away. And Na'Vi fall somehow, someway. Royal 2 and Snakebite combine as they so often do. And FaZe Clan double their series lead. So close these 2 games have been.
Both teams unable to grapple that camo. It meant that it just exploded where suddenly Na'Vi felt like they had to push and try and take that control of tower off of FaZe. I mean, I respect the push, but it just didn't quite work out in the end. FaZe responded excellently. They had those angles covered. And I think FaZe will be wiping the sweat from their brow because That could have been a big blunder as they almost threw away a 14-kill lead. Well, that's map 2 done and dusted. Map 3 is to come. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, folks. As we load into map number 3, capture the flag on Aquarius. Everything appears to be going to plan for FaZe. I fought the urge to say clan after that to make it rhyme. I already did. 2 kills, make it 3. Go the way of FaZe here. Flag has already been pulled. Royal 2 will head towards the QT. Snakebite very quickly got the flag all the way down to car 1. Gives it up for a moment, waits for support. Royal 2 is going to be on hand to put some damage down onto Jim. He's down to half shields, and Snakebite should be there to capitalize on that damage. The 2 of them seem to be chasing shadows, as that player has completely disappeared. Snipe drone in the closet. We'll get one, as will Glory. They're pulling the flag out once more. Glory on the front base will get one. Sprayed it out though. Jimbo towards the fridge. Face to face with Renegade. One of Europe's best comes unstuck. As Renegade heads towards the flag to send it all the way home, gets another kill. Does the Demon. Glory out front base, couldn't get a touch, double kill. Flag will get sent home. Royal 2 will punch home. Flag number 1 and FaZe take the lead.
FaZe have not lost this game type ever on LAN this season. They are 9-0. It's their best map and mode combination. On the flip side, Na'Vi have yet to win it on LAN. They're 0-3. So take from that what you will, but already at 1-0, I think it's very clear who is the better side at this map and mode. But Na'Vi, they would have been able to learn a lot from the scrims that they had. Remember the boot camp that they had as well coming into this event. And they do look a lot stronger. But you got to remember they are playing against one of the best teams in the world.
Inspirational.
When a wise man once said it.
A sentiment to remember. 2 down for Na'Vi. It's 2 down apiece. Mighties gets hands on flag. Gets it moving. Renegade, though, will stop that flag in his tracks. 3 up for FaZe, and now they can push forward. Flag will get sent back. Renegade patrolling, looking to play a little bit of defense, providing some cover. Royal 2 is in the base. But as you can see, Na'Vi have all overextended now on the P side and now managed to get all the way into the FaZe clan base, and they're going to pull the flag. Both teams have traded bases for the moment.
It's important that Renegade stayed alive there, but Snipejohn's been able to catch him out, catch him off guard, and Na'Vi can continue moving this flag in Jimbo's hands. Snipe Drone also just trying to find any more lurking players. Royal 2 is going to be in the base. Flag was able to be tossed out, but is very close to being returned. Will get returned, and Na'Vi tie us up. So, Na'Vi trying to demonstrate that they can get the job done on Aquarius flag. And that FaZe can be beaten.
On board with Snipe Drone. Renegade will drop, as will Mighties elsewhere. Nothing to separate these two teams. Heatwave, that could be something that'll help. Snipe Drone though, last man standing for now. There's 4 members of FaZe clan on the map. Snipe Drone be doing very well to survive here. Gets 1. Could be about to turn 2. Thruster Pack will keep Snakebite alive for now as he runs away, but not for long. Glory's on hand to secure the kill. Snipe Drone misses a couple of those Heatwave shots, and that will be to his detriment as he goes down.
Those are the kind of situations where the controller lets you down, I feel. A mouse and keyboard player, I think, probably survives there. Just when you're trying to go up and down, because everyone has a relatively low sense, I'd say, in Halo Infinite. Just so you can have a steady BR. And I wonder, as with the announcement that the Bandit will be the new starting weapon, do we, A, start to see more mouse and keyboard players, and B, more players starting to raise their sensitivity to try and match the gameplay a little bit? Because, you know, a steady Bandit is great, but are you going to be punished by players who are playing maybe a little bit on a higher sense or a mouse and keyboard?
Well, I can tell you, right now, my sensitivity is so low, you would think I have a creak in my neck when I'm playing. Takes a very long time for me to turn around.
Is that why when I'm calling out something behind you, you never turn around?
There's no point in me turning around.
Instead, you try and just get around the whole map.
By the time I turn around, that player is already full shields. I have to make 3 lefts to make it right. Royal 2 gets a kill. Perfect for him as FaZe take the lead. 2-1 now the score. 7 minutes and change on the clock. Now the impetus is on Na'Vi. Get themselves back in the game. Double kill for Royal 2 as he descends in the base. The triple kill stolen from him. But he's tossed flag out. 3 dead. Still for Na'Vi. The final member alive, trying to make this a difficult task for Royal 2. Gets him down to no shields, and a little fumble and a little bit of hesitation to the detriment of Royal 2 as Mighties closes the gap and closes the distance. Can he get the flag return though?
Renegade's going to be patrolling top middle. Frosty can also get up close and personal, but maybe didn't notice that Glory was on the flag. That was a mistake, I think. Frosty just caught a little bit too relaxed, and somehow Glory had been able to sneak in and what could be a very important return here for Na'Vi and keep their chances of this game alive and this series alive.
Will that misstep come back to bite FaZe clan on the backside? Snipe Drone comes out on top of that engagement. An impressive kill, and it was needed. Now Snakebite getting pressurized from top P. Royal 2 is in trouble as well. Royal 2 will fall, and Na'Vi are starting to piece things together, working well together. That can spell bad news for FaZe if not too careful. Glory's car 1 down to half shields. Snipe Drone's desperately trying to help and does so, keeps his teammate alive, but only for a moment. as they both ultimately fall. QT deployed for Renegade, it would seem, as they now descend on the base, and Frosty will be providing cover fire from top car.
Jim just trying to sneak up to P, but FaZe have had good control of the majority of the map. They really just kind of edge their way through the map, kill after kill, before they take a little bit of extra control. Na'Vi are trying to pull one on the fly. It's Snipe Drone, the last remaining player, who does start running this flag. But this is probably the smarter decision. Just get that flag out and then return to the base, but get spotted out. That's a tough one, because now there should be a return possibility here for FaZe to make this 3-1.
Snipe Drone got the flag into a very good spot. Mighty's
nice
wins
shots.
a very important 1v1. Unfortunately, not able to close the distance and being influenced on the flag again. Glory gets one, but flag has been sent home and punched in. 3-1 now the score. The good work that Snipe Drone put down didn't amount to much. It simply delayed FaZe from extending their lead, but they get the job done in the end. Heatwave scooped up, and Snakebite falls victim to it immediately by Jim. But it's a long road here and a tough ask for Na'Vi to win this game from here on out.
Flag starting to move and groove yet again. Jimbo behind enemy lines. As the Heatwave, as his partner in crime. First one and first kill is a success. And we'll just throw that flag out just in case. Well, actually, he's got support here. There is a chance Na'Vi can turn this into a cap, you know. Two have gone down on the side of FaZe. They're still moving it. Frosty's got a lot to do.
Big job for Frosty. He's got one. Snipe Drone trying to get a touch on the flag. Glory puts his body on the line. Flag got sent home. Flag is still down. Glory could not get it up the shroom stairs. Snakebite's trying to stop it here. Jim tried to step out. Flag still remains locked. Perhaps he has to pull this flag out here. Snakebite has to drop down and give it up. There's been so much damage here. All three members of Na'Vi trapped in their base. All down to little to no shields. Glory's all alone, 3 dead. Mighty's has got to try and get the kill on the Snakebite. Flag goes home, 4 dead for Na'Vi. What a passage of play.
How on earth did Na'Vi not cap that? That's my question. And there must have been a fumble somewhere along the lines. And again, that is another opportunity for Na'Vi to get back in this game that perhaps eludes them here. FaZe now can just regain control. They can look at that shot clock, 3 minutes left. They don't have to force anything. They can afford to slow it down a little bit, whereas Na'Vi, the exact opposite. They need to start getting flags moving. They did very well. It was a counter cap pretty much. They were backs against the wall, managed to sneak behind enemy lines, get that flag out of base, but FaZe and some of the kills that the FaZe members picked up in the early stages really made it difficult for Na'Vi.
We remain on board with Renegade. As Glory down to no shields, tries to pull a flag of his own, but it might be little more than a distraction for the moment. As Renegade heads back into the Na'Vi base, just to be a thorn in the side of the Europeans. Snakebite throws down a grenade. It's enough just to keep the Na'Vi boys off it for now. Flag will eventually get returned. They're gonna pull once more, our FaZe. 3 dead now, Jimbo. Is he in a position to get the stop? Renegade's almost got this one all the way home. Up the shroom stairs he goes, spins around. And FaZe, 4-1 to the good now.
And you'd have to imagine that that's surely too much now for Na'Vi to come back from. Unless Mighty can get a cap here. Well, there is 3 dead for FaZe, so if this one goes in, there is just about enough time to try and get 2 flags together. But again, it's going to be Shroom Stairs Volume 2. Can you get the flag up? Snipe Drone attempts. Will get it round. And there is again just players waiting in the wings to just pick you apart. Royal 2 with the Heatwave, and it looks like Na'Vi might struggle again.
And the call sign is Shroom Stairs. But for Na'Vi, it's very quickly becoming Doom Stairs. Every single time they get the flag there, they either fumble, they can't pick it up, a player opts to try and survive rather than get a little bit more progression. And they're not rewarded for the hard work that was put in. Not turning it into a flag cap. This could very easily be a 1 flag cap, an all tied up game. If they just prioritized and held up to that flag and got that pull and perhaps put their bodies on the line.
And now FaZe can just hold on to this flag. And actually, they're going to get the return. This is going to be the series here. 5-1. FaZe lock it out. And they will win 3-0. So Na'Vi aren't able to get a map, although they were very close at times. Unfortunately for them, it's a disappointing 3-0 defeat. I feel like they probably believe they could have got a map there, and a map could have gone a long way depending on what happens in the rest of the group. Quadrants still have to play LVT, but what it does mean is we are guaranteed our winners. FaZe will be topping this pool.
Navi were good enough to win a map. Could have, or probably should have taken one along the way. They come up short, they look good, but unfortunately for them, FaZe much better. And they top the pool. We'll be back with more in just a couple of minutes.